brought forth more silky pulses. Her face was taut, drawn with effort as she flew higher and higher, spurred by the potency of his body driving into her. Suddenly, Amber arched and shivered, transfixed by wild ecstasy. The rippling cry she gave was Duncan's name. She clung to him with all her strength, for he was both the storm and the shelter surrounding her. The sleek, primal heat of Amber tugged at Duncan, caressing him, promising him a pleasure greater than he had ever known. He felt control slipping away and fought against it, for he wanted to hang suspended forever between the certainty of her ecstasy and the anticipation of his own. "You are perfect," Duncan said hoarsely. "God help me, I want you more than I want anything, even my own memory." Then he could endure no more. With a groan of surrender, he let go his savage restraint and poured himself into the Amber Witch whose passionate depths matched his so completely. Chapter 15. Fully dressed for battle, Simon rode his huge war stallion up to Blackthorn Keep at a swift canter. On one side of him rode another knight in chainmail and battle helm. On Simon's other side, he led a dark brown stallion that was fully as big as his own mount. The brown stallion was riderless, his saddle empty of all but a sheathed broadsword and a long teardrop-shaped shield. On the shield was a drawing of a black wolf's head, sign of Dominic LeSabre, the Glendruid wolf. All around horses and men swirled the cold, silent mists of autumn. The horses thundered over the lowered drawbridge that opened into Blackthorn Keep's inner bailey. Moments later, cobblestones rang beneath the three stallions' steel-shod hooves. A woman appeared on the four-building stairs, looking anxiously toward the bailey. When she saw the riderless stallion, she picked up her rich green skirts and raced down the steps. Her cowl slipped off, revealing hair as red as flame, and like flame, her hair lifted on the wind as she ran across the bailey. Heedless of the danger of being trampled, she went right up to the horses. With each rapid motion of her body, the tiny golden bell she wore shivered and sang. "Simon," she cried, "where is Duncan? What has happened? Why do you have his war-horse?" Simon's stallion half reared as his rider pulled hard on the reins. "Stay back, Meg," Simon commanded. "If one of the horses steps on you, Dominic will have my head." "I'll have more than that," said a voice from the direction of the gatehouse. "I'll have your heart on a roasting spit." Simon turned and saw his brother striding across the cobblestones. Dominic's mantle was long, as black as his hair, and devoid of any decoration save the large silver pin that secured the heavy cloth. Nor was more decoration needed to proclaim Dominic's status. The pin was solid silver, shaped like a wolf's head, and had uncanny crystal eyes that looked out on the world with ancient knowledge. Wolf of Glendruid, lost for 1,000 years, then found and given to a warrior who was not of the Glendruid clan. Dominic walked past the restive stallions until he could stand between them and his wife. Only when Meg was safe did Dominic turn and address Simon. "Is Duncan alive?" Dominic asked bluntly. "Yes." Meg closed her eyes and said a prayer of thanks as Dominic's arm went around her. He pulled her close and murmured something against her hair. She moved closer still, accepting her husband's support. "Is Duncan injured?" Dominic asked. "Yes. And no." Silver eyes narrowed as Dominic measured the suppressed emotion vibrating within Simon. Eyes of Glendruid green also studied Simon, for Meg had sensed the hatred that seethed beneath his outward calm. She had not seen him like this since he had accused her of poisoning Dominic shortly after their marriage. Dominic turned and looked at the second knight. His helm concealed his fair hair, but not the winter paleness of his eyes. A slight motion of Sven's head confirmed what Dominic already suspected. No more should be said about Duncan of Maxwell where all ears could overhear. "Come into the solar," Dominic said. A gesture from Dominic sent several grooms hurrying across the bailey to take the horses. A word to one of the squires who hovered in the background sent the boy running to another quarter of the bailey to have food brought from the kitchen. No one spoke again until the privacy of the Lord's solar was reached. After mist-drenched mantles were removed and hung to dry, Dominic turned to his brother. "Tell me how it goes with Duncan." "He has been bewitched," Simon said flatly. The hatred in Simon was no longer disguised. It crackled in his voice like lightning. "Bewitched?" Meg said. "How so?" "He remembers nothing of Blackthorn, nothing of his vow of fealty to Dominic, nothing of his betrothal to Ariane." A single black eyebrow lifted, giving Dominic's face a sardonic look. "God's teeth," Dominic said. "That could be inconvenient. King Henry was particularly pleased to have found a Saxon match for the Norman heiress." "A safe match, you mean. As your vassal, Duncan is indirectly beholden to Henry," Sven said. "I understand that the Lord of De Gerhold was not pleased by the proposed alliance." Dominic's smile was as savage as the savage wolf's headpin he wore. "Lord Charles," Dominic said softly, "dreamed of expanding his empire with his daughter's marriage. Instead, Ariane's wedding will solidify Henry's empire." "And yours," Sven said with satisfaction. "Yes. Did you see sign of Charles's men in the disputed lands?" Nay, Sven said. Simon? All I saw sign of was witchery, his brother said grimly. Dominic glanced sideways at his wife. Witchery is your realm, not mine, he said, smiling. So speaks the Glendruid wolf, Sven muttered. Dominic's smile widened, but he made no effort to further question Simon. What kind of spell or enchantment do you suspect? Meg asked her brother-in-law. Ask the Hell Witch who lives in the disputed lands. From the beginning, please, Meg said. It was a command as much as a request. Simon took no offense. He had both affection and respect for the Glendruid woman, who had saved Dominic's life at great risk to her own. Sven and I parted ways at Seaholm, Simon said. He wanted to chase rumors of a fully outfitted battle stallion roaming the forest like a wild animal, eluding all men who attempted to capture him. A great stallion of darkest brown. Meg looked at Sven. Duncan's stallion? She asked. I suspected as much. I had heard Duncan whistling to him like a falcon, so I whistled through the forest until Shield came trotting up like a great hound, happy to be home again. Meg turned back to Simon. While Sven was combing the forest, Simon said, I chased rumors of odd comings and goings to Seaholm. Meg's breath was released swiftly. That was a dangerous thing to do, she said. Sir Eric is reputed to be a sorcerer. Seaholm is ruled by him. Simon's clear black eyes gleamed with concealed laughter. Being fussed and worried over by a woman was new to him. He discovered that he rather liked it. Still smiling, Simon swept off his helm and set it on a trestle table next to Sven's well-used helm. Sir Eric's sorcery, if such existed, didn't extend to knowing my mind, Simon said. He accepted my story of being on a private religious quest. Meg made a sound that could have meant anything, including impatience with her beloved brother-in-law. I had been there only a few days when a man and a maid rode up to Seaholm, Simon said. The maid was dressed in shades of gold and wore precious amber as though it were brass. Amber? Meg said intently. Aye, it was her name, too. Dominic sensed his wife's sudden tension. He looked down at her in concern, but all her attention was on Simon. Amber, Meg repeated. Just that? She was called the Untouched, Sven said softly, because no one, man or woman, was permitted to touch her. A stillness came over Meg. Continue, she said to Simon. I think rumor overstated the matter, Simon said sardonically. Amber clung to her companion like ivy to a powerful oak. Truly, Meg asked, startled. Then it couldn't have been Amber the Untouched. Simon and Sven looked at each other. It was Simon who contradicted his lord's Glendruid wife. Perhaps not, Simon said carefully, but the knights and squires of Seaholm thought it was Amber, and they had known her for many years. How curious. Eric the Undefeated also called her Amber, Simon added. He used her to scry the truth of her companion's thoughts. Ah, that is why she was touching the man, to gain knowledge, Meg said. She is one of the learned. What are you talking about? Dominic asked. Don't you remember, Meg said, when you were planning various ways to take Stonering Keep, I told you about the learned. Dominic frowned. Aye, but frankly I didn't credit the foolishness about sorcerers and shape-changers and prophecies and the like. Amusement danced in Meg's green eyes. Her husband wore the ancient likeness of the Glendruid wolf, yet had little patience for things he couldn't touch, measure, fight, lay siege to, or make love to. In some cases, my lord, Meg murmured, that which cannot be touched is more powerful than that which can be touched. A difficult truth for a warrior such as I, Dominic said. Meg nodded. But I have a very fine teacher, he added, smiling. I now know that the love of a Glendruid healer can take a warrior's frozen heart, turn it inside out, and make it warm again. The smile Meg and Dominic exchanged reminded Simon of nothing so much as Amber and Duncan. The comparison made him both angry and uncomfortable. So, Meg said, turning to Simon once more, Amber was scrying her companion. Go on. Simon and Sven exchanged another glance. She may have been touching the man for the purpose of gaining knowledge, Simon said in a clipped voice, but she looked more like a maid with her lover. What does it matter? Dominic asked with growing impatience. It is Duncan who concerns me, not some Celtic witch. That is just the problem, Simon retorted. The witch's companion was Duncan of Maxwell. Instantly Dominic's posture changed. He became like a falcon spotting prey from afar, poised for the sudden stoop, and the kill. Was Duncan captive? Dominic demanded. He wore no visible bonds, save Amber's fingers laid against his wrist. Hardly enough to restrain a warrior of Duncan's size, Dominic said dryly. Unless this Amber is a new Boadicea come to slay men with her mighty sword. The sword she used to slay Duncan. What? Meg interrupted starkly. You said Duncan was well. Simon looked into Meg's clear green eyes and wished himself anywhere else. I know you have tenderness for him, Simon said. Dominic looked grim. Despite his certainty of Meg's love, Dominic found he had little liking of his wife's affection for her childhood friend, Duncan of Maxwell. But, Simon continued grimly. "I fear the Hell Witch Amber has taken Duncan's soul." "Is he dead?" Dominic demanded. "No, nor is he alive, not in the way we knew him." "Explain." The quality of Dominic's voice made Sven shift and look at his lord's mantle uneasily. The eyes of the great pin glittered with reflected firelight as though intelligent, alive, and every bit as savage as the man who wore it. "It is as I told you," Simon said distinctly. "Duncan remembers nothing of the time before he came to the disputed lands." "Are you certain?" Dominic asked. "Could he not be like Sven, pretending to be someone he isn't in order to spy out the land?" "I prayed that was the truth," Simon said. Meg simply shook her head. Tears glittered in her eyes as she remembered Duncan's forthright nature. "He is not like Sven," Meg said, "an actor capable of many roles." "A man may learn to act when his life depends on it," Dominic pointed out. Meg closed her eyes for a moment. When they opened again, they were those of an unflinching Glendruid healer. It was the same when she spoke, her voice devoid of all emotion. "Continue, Simon," Meg said. "I would hear more of Duncan's transformation. I would hear everything." Uneasily, Simon looked at Dominic. There was nothing in Dominic's face to comfort Simon. "I showed no sign I recognized Duncan," Simon said, turning back to Meg. "He kept staring at me as though trying to decide if he knew me." "How was he introduced to you?" she asked. "As a man whose memory was gone." "What did they call him?" "Duncan," Simon said. "Why?" "Because he is dark and a warrior. At least that is what Eric said." "Did they explain how Duncan lost his memory?" "Nay," Simon said savagely. "Eric said he found Duncan in a storm, senseless and naked but for that amber talisman you had given him." "Sven?" Meg asked. "I heard not but what Simon did." "The talisman saved his life," Simon said. "How so?" Dominic asked. "Eric was expecting Duncan of Maxwell or his knights. A common stranger would have been killed as a spy or an outlaw, but a stranger wearing an amber talisman was different." "They took Duncan to Amber the Untouched," Meg summarized. Simon looked curiously at her, wondering how she had known. "Yes," Sven said quietly. "It is said that all things Amber belong to her." "Yes," Meg said. For the space of several slow breaths, she looked into a distance only Glendruid eyes could see. "Did you know, Small Falcon?" Dominic asked Meg softly. "Is that why you gave the talisman to Duncan?" "I dreamed of Amber," she said, "and I dreamed that Duncan was going into great danger." Dominic smiled slightly. "I knew about the danger while wide awake. 'Tis why I sent Duncan to secure Stone Ring Keep. Only a powerful warrior could take an estate in the disputed lands." "And only a wealthy knight could hire enough fighters to hold such an estate," Simon added. "Aye," Dominic said. "'Tis why King Henry arranged a wedding with the daughter of Charles, the Baron of de Guerre." "Don't count on the marriage," Simon said bluntly. "Why not?" "The people of Seaholm were making wagers on how soon Amber would wed Duncan the Nameless, the one man whom she could touch with pleasure." "God's teeth," snarled Dominic. "Duncan must be mad. Lady Ariane arrived here 3 days ago." Simon looked surprised. "I saw no strange men or servants in the bailey." "She came alone but for a lady's maid and 3 knights to guard her dowry," Meg said. "The knights left as soon as they saw the dowry safely inside the keep," Dominic added. "Hardly the way I would expect a great baron to treat his hounds," Simon muttered, "much less his only daughter." "The baron was much put out by having to marry his daughter to a Saxon," Dominic said neutrally. "Then the baron may be pleased to get his daughter back." "If Duncan jilts Ariane, he will have no means of supporting the knights he must have to hold Stone Ring Keep," Dominic said flatly. "And I, along with my unruly vassal, would suffer the displeasure of both the King of England and the King of Normandy." "All this," Meg said quietly, "at a time when the last of the warriors you sent with Duncan are only now straggling back to Blackthorn Keep on foot, muttering about lightning from a clear sky that drove their horses mad." "Are you quite certain," Dominic asked Simon, "that Duncan hasn't forsworn himself and cast his lot with Eric?" "Never," Meg said before anyone could speak. "That's what I feared at first," Simon said calmly. "It would have explained much." "And?" Dominic asked. "Rather quickly, I decided it wasn't a simple matter of betrayal. If it had been, Duncan would have given me away to Sir Eric." Sven nodded, silently agreeing. "It would have meant Simon's death." "So you decided he was bewitched," Meg said, "and truly didn't know you?" "Yes, what else could it be?" "Sometimes," Meg said, "a man who is kicked in the head by a horse or hit with a battle hammer, if they survive, sometimes such men lose all knowledge of themselves for a time." "How long?" Dominic asked sharply. "Sometimes days, sometimes months, sometimes forever." Sven crossed himself and muttered, "You call it accident. I call it Satan, who knows more disguises than I do." "Truly?" Simon asked innocently. "A bemusing thought." Dominic ignored them and looked at Meg. "What do you say, Glendruid healer?" he asked. "I can't know whether it is accident or bewitchment until I see Duncan." "Well, Duncan and I fought," Simon began. "You fought?" Meg asked, appalled. "Why?" "Sir Eric wanted to know the temper of the 2 new warriors he had found," Simon said dryly. "So Duncan and I fought to display our skills with the sword." Dominic's smile was as thin as the edge of a dagger. "I would like to have seen that," he said. "Your quickness against his strength." Simon's black eyes gleamed with laughter and a warrior's love of testing himself against another warrior's skill. "It was like fighting you," Simon admitted, "but every bruise was rewarded by the certainty that Duncan hadn't betrayed his oath of fealty to you." "How so?" "When I said the words, 'Blackthorn Keep,' Duncan faltered as though at a blow. For an instant the darkness in his eyes lifted, and he almost knew me." "What happened next?" Meg asked intently. "I put him on his back in the field. Then I asked him if what Eric had said about his memory was true. And Duncan said it was." "You believed him," Meg said. "Aye. He remembered nothing. The Hell Witch has stolen his soul." Meg flinched at the naked loathing in Simon's voice. She knew he hated necromancy as few men hated anything, but she didn't know why. "I now knew all that was required," Simon said. "I made my excuses to Eric, found Sven, and set off for Blackthorn Keep as fast as our horses could carry us." Absently, Dominic ran his fingertips over the cool silver of the Glendruid wolf. Then he turned and looked at Simon and Sven with eyes whose icy clarity precisely matched those of the huge pin. "Rest for a time," Dominic said. "When you are ready, the 3 of us will ride for the disputed lands." "What will you accomplish with just 3 men?" Meg asked. "Stone Ring Keep can hold out for months against such a small force. To take any more warriors would endanger Blackthorn Keep." Dominic's expression softened as he smiled at his red-haired wife. He touched Meg's lower lip with his thumb in a brief sensual caress. "Besides," Dominic added, "don't you remember what I taught you about the best way to take a well-defended keep?" "Treachery," Meg said huskily. "From within." "Aye." "What will you do?" she asked. "Somehow they stole Duncan from us. We shall steal him back." "How?" Simon asked. "With a net," Dominic said succinctly. "And then?" "We will teach Duncan who he is," Dominic said. "Then we will send him back to Stone Ring Keep. When he is inside, he will open the gates for us." Sven laughed softly. Simon simply smiled. "How like you, brother, bold yet bloodless." "There is little point to killing good men when better means are available," Dominic said, shrugging. "We had best hurry to be about our treacherous business," Meg said. "The sooner we—" "We?" Dominic interrupted. "Aye, husband, we." All amusement and sensual indulgence vanished from Dominic's expression. "Nay," he said flatly, "you're carrying the future of Blackthorn Keep in your womb. You will stay here." Meg's mouth tightened. "I am many months from birthing your heir," she said. "I'm as fit as any of your knights to ride. I'm no frail lady unable to pick up a dropped shoe." Her voice and expression were every bit as determined as her lord's. "Nay," Dominic said. Simon looked at his brother, cursed silently, and did what few men would have the courage to do when Dominic looked so fierce. Deliberately, Simon cleared his throat, drawing his brother's attention, and his ire. "What is it?" Dominic snarled. "If Duncan is injured, Meg can treat him. If he is enthralled," Simon shrugged. "What one witch has done, another witch might undo." "We were going to move the household to Carlisle Manor for several fortnights in any case," Meg said calmly. "The disputed lands are but a few days' gentle ride from Carlisle." Dominic remained as silent and forbidding as a drawn sword. Then he lifted his hand and set it beneath Meg's chin. "If God willed it, I could bear losing the babe," Dominic said softly. "But not you. You are my heart." Meg turned her head and kissed the scarred hand that held her so gently. "I have dreamed no Glendruid dreams of death," she said, "and being parted from you is a kind of dying. Take me with you. Let me do what I was born to do." "Heal?" "Aye." There was a long silence. Then Dominic released his wife with a gentle touch and turned to Sven. "Inform the grooms to ready horses for dawn." "How many horses, Lord?" Dominic paused, looked at Meg's unflinching Glendruid eyes, and knew what he must do whether it pleased him or not. 4. Chapter 16. The flicker of a dying candle flame beyond the bed's luxurious draperies made Duncan start from his uneasy sleep. Danger! He reached for his sword, as he had so often in the 12 days since his marriage. Belatedly, he realized he was only half awake and fully nude. Even as Duncan told himself it was but a dream that had disturbed him, he eased out of the bed and lit candles around the room until there were no shadows where enemies could hide. Only then did he go back to bed as silently as he had arisen. "Duncan?" He started again, then turned on his side toward the soft voice that was both familiar and oddly alien. Thoughts like black lightning raged through the shades of darkness that were his mind. "She is not part of my past, Danger! I am surrounded by enemies. Danger! Yet even as part of Duncan's mind cried of peril, his recent memory scoffed, for nothing but kindness and incandescent passion had come to him at Stone Ring Keep. Am I going mad? Will I be torn in two and die writhing while shades of darkness and amber light battle for my soul? The only answer that came to Duncan was an inner silence which seethed with contradictions. The unremembered past was taking shape in his mind as random threads and fragmented patterns, names and no faces, places and no names, faces and no places. He was a tapestry rent and shredded, unraveled as much as woven, threads all snarled and frayed. Sometimes, the worst times, he saw the shadows retreat, revealing his memory, and that was when he truly knew despair like black ice, freezing everything. He feared his returning memory. What is happening to me? God's wounds, why do I fear the very thing that I long for? With a harsh sound, Duncan grabbed his head in both hands. An instant later, fingers that were both gentle and insistent stroked his clenched fingers. Dark warrior, Amber whispered, be at peace. If Duncan heard, he made no sound. Tears slid hotly down Amber's cheeks as she shared Duncan's anguish and his fear. Like Duncan, Amber sensed the slow healing of his memory. She saw faces where only shadows had been, heard names where only silence had been, sensed time's shuttle at work. The pattern which would weave all together was lacking, but it too would return. She was certain of it. And then she would know the wrath of a proud warrior who had been defeated in secret rather than allowed to fight as he had been born to do. It is too soon. Duncan has had so little time with me. A fortnight before we became lovers. Barely a fortnight since we wed. Not enough time to learn to love me. Dear God, not nearly enough time. Only love could forgive so great a deception. If he remembers too soon, he will never forgive me, never love me, and great death will surely flow. Amber never knew whether she called Duncan's name with her lips or with her heart. She knew only that suddenly they were holding each other so tightly she couldn't breathe. Precious Amber, Duncan said in a raw voice, what would I do without you? Tears burned against her eyes and filled her throat. You would fare better than I would without you, she whispered. You are the heart in my body. Duncan felt the hot flow of Amber's tears. Slowly he eased his grip on her. Don't cry, he said. It was but a dream I had, not to disturb yourself over. Amber knew with learned precision just how little of what had gone on in Duncan's mind resembled a dream, and she knew that he knew it as well as she did. Yet she said nothing about the gentle lie. She had no more desire than Duncan to search among the tangled, agonizing threads of his memory for the truth she feared more than she feared death itself. Duncan, she whispered. The sound was more a caress than it was a word, for she spoke it with her lips pressed against the pulse that beat in his neck. Duncan's body stilled for an instant before he shuddered and tightened with a different kind of tension than that of a warring mind. He felt an answering ripple of sensation pass through Amber and knew how clearly she felt his desire. Yet he knew now that it was also her desire. In the brief time of their marriage, she not only responded when he cast the sensual lure, she wanted him whether or not he was touching her. She came to him when he stood brooding and watching the rain through the keep's narrow windows. If she awakened before he did, she curled against him, stroking her slender hands the length of his body and laughing softly when he rose to meet her touch. Each day before dinner, she rode with him, sharing her knowledge of the forest and fields and the people of the keep. In the evenings, she dismissed his attendant and bathed Duncan with great pleasure, teaching him the learned way of purifying the flesh, and then shivering with delight when he taught her how the Saracen sultans bathed. And always her eyes brightened when he came to her, after hearing the complaints of serf and villein in the morning. She smiled with happiness when she turned and saw him standing in a doorway, watching her decipher ancient manuscripts. In 1,000 ways she came to him, telling him how much she was pleased to be his mate. You are sunlight when all else is rain, Duncan said. More tears seeped from Amber's eyes to glide hotly over Duncan's skin. He shifted onto his back, pulling her close against his side. Without you, he whispered, I don't know how I could have survived the battleground that is my mind. Dark warrior. Pain twisted in Amber, squeezing her throat shut more surely than tears. The words of love she wanted to give Duncan were fire burning within her silence. Blindly, Amber moved to lie even more closely against her husband's body. His heat and power were a lure that grew greater every hour she spent with him. The thought of losing Duncan was a dagger turning in her soul. Duncan, she whispered. Amber's ragged voice and the hot glide of her tears against Duncan's shoulder sent a wave of tenderness through him. Gently, he stroked her hair. She shifted, and a moist heat traced the length of Duncan's jaw. For an instant, he thought it was her tears. Then he understood that it was the tip of her tongue in a lover's caress. "You tempt me," Duncan said huskily. A ripple of pleasure went through Amber, a sweet echo of the sensual anticipation sweeping through Duncan. He no longer fought the wild surging of his desire when she touched him, for he no longer worried whose hunger rose first to the sensual lure and whose followed. Duncan had learned that Amber's passion was a fire that burnt brightly, whether alone or entwined with his. Small teeth delicately tested the pad of muscle on Duncan's shoulder. Hidden within the caress was a sensual tasting of his skin. Surrounding and enhancing the kiss was a shivering sigh. "Do you want me, precious Amber?" Another trembling sigh. "Yes," she whispered. Yet when Duncan moved to hold her, she pulled away. "No," she whispered. "It appears you are of two minds," Duncan said, smiling. "Is there anything I can do to—" His teasing words broke over a groan of pleasure as Amber's leg moved to lie between his. "The flower is already blooming," Duncan said thickly. "I can feel its heat." "The flower knows that the sun will soon rise. It wants each petal already open to drink the first golden shaft of the sun." "The sun is already risen," he said thickly. "Is it?" Beneath the bed covers, a small hand trailed down Duncan's bare torso. The rest of him was equally naked. Delicate fingertips brushed over Duncan, measuring and caressing his aroused flesh. A soft palm fitted itself around him. He made a sound that was laughter and passion at once. "You know farewell it has risen," he said. "You are holding the proof in your palm." "Only part of the proof. I fear the full proof would overrun both of my hands together." "A waste." "Aye," Amber murmured. "There is a solution for that." "I'm considering it." "Lie on your back, precious Amber. You will consider things much more deeply from that perspective." "I think not." The laughter and husky sensuality curling through Amber's voice made Duncan smile. Passion and anticipation coiled more tightly within him. "What are you thinking of then?" he asked. "I fear it would shock you into swooning," she said. "I am lying down." "Not all of you is supine." "The greater part is." Amber smiled and drew her fingertips at the part of Duncan which was not at rest. "Such a sweet, witchy little smile," he said thickly. "What are you thinking of that makes you smile so?" "2 hands and a mouth. Will that suffice?" For an instant, Duncan didn't comprehend. Then Amber's hands circled him, and the velvet heat of her tongue caressed him. His whole body tightened in a savage rush. "Amber." She looked up at him. "Did I hurt you?" she asked. As she spoke, she stroked the length of his rigid flesh. Blood beat visibly beneath her caress, hardening him even more. "Nay," Duncan said. "Shock you?" "Yes. No." He forced breath into a body that was clamoring for another intimate kiss, for the sleek glide of her tongue tasting him. "Can't you decide?" Amber asked, knowing full well how deep Duncan's pleasure had been. "Perhaps this will help." She repeated the wild caress, lingering over the part of him that was most intriguingly different, and most sensitive. "Have I told you," Amber murmured between caresses, "how much your body pleases me?" "If you please me any more, I will come unraveled." "Then I shall just have to knit you up again." The heart falters at the thought. "The heart, perhaps, but not the flesh. It tugs like a stallion too closely tied." Duncan laughed despite the heat flooding through him, driven by the wild rush of his blood, and the feel of Amber caressing him with her words, her hands, her tongue. Smiling, knowing how much she was exciting him, Amber shook her head until her hair fell like a veil over Duncan's loins. But not all of him could be easily veiled. Passion stood forth proudly, demanding to be eased. Or teased. "I particularly like this," Amber said, "hard yet so smooth to my fingertips, like polished silver warmed by the sun." A deep shudder went through Duncan as he watched and felt the pink flame of her tongue licking over him, setting him utterly ablaze. Strong hands buried themselves in her hair. "Come here," Duncan said hoarsely. "Soon," she whispered, "but first." Amber's mouth circled him, tasted him, tested his hardness and resolve with loving caresses. The wildness that gathered in him also gathered in her. At any instant she expected Duncan to overturn her, draw up her knees, and bury himself within her. Abruptly, Duncan sat up and drew Amber's legs across his thighs until she was astride him, open to him. He found her drenched with the same passion that made his body gleam as though polished with oil. His hand moved between her thighs, testing and savoring her in the same caress. His fingers came away glistening with her desire. Watching her, he lifted his hand and breathed in deeply, infusing himself with her fragrance. "Next time," he said, I shall know your taste as well, but not this time. This time I am already undone by your sweet mouth." "You look quite whole," she whispered. Her fingertip rested for an instant on him, just long enough to steal that single hot drop that had eluded his control. When she brushed her fingertip over her lips, tasted and smiled, Duncan made the sound of a man in torment. Another drop welled up, called by her pleasure in him. "Come, witch, ride the dragon you have summoned from mortal flesh." "How does a maid ride a dragon?" "Like this." Duncan's hands closed on Amber's hips, pulling her closer even as he lifted her. An instant later, his blunt, eager flesh parted her. With a cry of fulfillment, she slid down on him, claiming him as deeply as he was claiming her. Amber tried to say Duncan's name, but could not. His pleasure in her had stolen her voice. The sudden clenching of his hands on her hips scattered her thoughts and focused her desire. She began moving, riding him more surely with each slow motion of her hips, feeling his passion and her own with unusual clarity. When he would have speeded the pace of the ride, Amber lifted one of his hands, kissed it, and put it on her breast. "You're enjoying tormenting me," Duncan said through his teeth. "Aye." His fingers closed on the taut peak of Amber's breast. A delicate convulsion shivered through her, forerunner of the ecstasy to come. When his hands caressed both nipples into hardness, her back arched and her breath tore. The sweet heat of her passion flowed between their joined bodies. "Yes," Duncan whispered, "let me feel your pleasure." Without warning, ecstasy ravished Amber, setting her to shivering and crying. He thrust into her, fusing their bodies together with the searing pulses of his own release. Feeling Duncan's ecstasy increased Amber's, driving her even higher. He rocked his hips against her until she called his name and came completely undone once more. Then he held her against his chest until both of them could breathe evenly again. Only then did he move, reversing positions until he lay between her legs. He kissed her slowly, deeply. "Each time you please me more," Duncan said. "And you please me more. 'Tis almost frightening." "Why?" "If I enjoyed you any more," Amber whispered, "I would die." "And I would bring you back to life." "'Tis impossible." "Nay, 'tis inevitable." "We can't," she whispered, understanding what he intended. "Can we?" "We must. We will. Watch me as I watched you. Learn how much I cherish you." Slowly, Duncan slid down Amber's body, turning his face from side to side, caressing her with his lips and his words. "Take me to the place where there are no shadows, only fire," he said. "Give me the flower that blooms more beautifully each time." Amber had no defenses against Duncan's aching need, nor did he. It was a passion more complex than any he had ever felt. It was an emotion whose name he did not know, for he had never guessed such a feeling existed. It was thirst in the midst of sweet water, need in the midst of plenty, hunger in the midst of a feast. He could not get close enough to her. Tears filled Amber's eyes and overflowed onto her cheeks. Never had she thought to be cherished so sweetly. Tiny kisses and secret tastes, his breath warm against her breasts, her navel, her thighs. Then Duncan's mouth discovered her, tasted her, circled the bud that was the burning center of her passion. The unexpected caress was like lightning transfixing her, startling a cry from the back of her throat. "Precious Amber," Duncan said, shivering with a torrent of desire. "I swear I can feel your passion like lightning transfixing you." Delicately, he caught her tender bud between his teeth. She cried out his name with each slow movement of his tongue. Then she could speak no more, for she had no breath. She was splintering, crying, dying, consumed by an ecstasy that had no beginning and no end. In the midst of fire he came to her, and they burned together in a place where there were no shades of darkness, only fire. Amber looked out upon the great hall. There were still many serfs, freeholders, and villeins standing about. Only a few of them had expressions that suggested they were still waiting for their seneschal's attention. "Are you finished, my lord?" Amber asked. She had left Duncan long enough to translate a particularly difficult fragment of a manuscript so that Cassandra would have it when she returned from the north. But as soon as the translation was done, she had sought out Duncan. When Amber wasn't with him, she felt uneasy, as though he would somehow be taken from her without warning. "Come sit beside me," Duncan said, holding out his hand. "I'll be finished soon." The instant Duncan touched Amber, she sensed some of the tension leave both of them. At the moment, his memories weren't stirring. He was concentrating only on the present and his duties as Eric's seneschal. While Amber sat beside Duncan on the raised dais in the great hall, he listened to complaints, resolved them, and listened again. As he listened, he caressed her hand, recalling for both of them the pleasure and peace they had found in the hours before dawn, when their interlocked bodies had defeated the memories which stalked Duncan like a pack of wolves. "Has it been a tedious morning?" Amber murmured. "I have come to believe that all pigs should be hamstrung," Duncan muttered as the next vassal stepped forward. Amber saw who the petitioners were and hid her smile. "Ethelrod must have let his pig root about in the Widow Mary's garden again," Amber said. "Does it happen often?" Duncan asked. "As often as Ethelrod and the widow lie with each other." Duncan gave Amber a sideways glance. "The pig is quite fond of Ethelrod, you see," Amber said in a voice that carried no farther than her husband. "No, I don't see," Duncan muttered. "The pig follows Ethelrod like a faithful hound." Duncan's smile was a white flash beneath his mustache. "I begin to comprehend," he said. "Does Ethelrod have an enclosure stout enough to hold a pig?" "No, nor can he afford one. He is but a serf." "Do they wish to marry?" "The widow is a freeholder. If they marry, any children they have would be serfs." Frowning, Duncan watched the couple who stood so uneasily in front of their new seneschal. "Does Eric lack for serfs?" Duncan asked very softly. "Nay, he is a strict lord, but not harsh," Amber said. "No one flees his service." "Has Ethelrod been a faithful vassal?" "Aye, he has never shirked." "How is he thought of by the people of the keep?" Duncan asked. "They bring their problems to him sooner than they bring them to the priest or to the lord of the keep." Duncan kept Amber's hand within his as he turned back to address the couple standing in front of him. "Widow Mary," Duncan said, "other than Ethelrod's status as serf, have you any objection to him as a husband?" The woman was so startled by the question, it took her a moment to answer. "Nay, lord, he be a hard worker and a kind man to those as is weaker. But, Duncan said encouragingly, "speak, woman." "That pig of his will nae see the inside of my cottage save it enter on a roasting spit." The vassals who had remained to watch their new seneschal at work laughed. The running battle between the widow and the pig was a source of much amusement at the keep. Smiling, Duncan switched his hazel glance to the serf who stood uneasily in the great hall, his cap in his gnarled hands and his ill-shod feet flat as a cart bottom. "Ethelrod, have you any objection to the widow as a wife?" Duncan asked. Red crept up the man's bearded cheeks to his weathered forehead. "Nay, sir," he stuttered, "she be a fine lass." "Then the solution to the problem of the pig becomes clear," Duncan said. "The day you wed Widow Mary, you will no longer be a serf." Ethelrod was too stunned to do more than open and close his mouth. "Sir Eric's present to you on your wedding day," Duncan continued, "will be enough wood to build a stout swine pen." A shout compounded of laughter, approval, and celebration went up in the great hall. In less than a fortnight, the vassals had come to fully approve the keep's seneschal. Before the commotion had settled, Duncan stood up, drawing Amber with him. "Come and ride with me," he said. "I find I enjoy your knowledge of the keep and its vassals as much as I need it." "Where shall we ride this time?" "Where we have ridden every day since we wed," Duncan said, nodding to the vassals as they cleared a way for him through the ranks. "The southern trail through Wild Rose Hamlet and the fields to the forest," Amber said, smiling. "'Tis my favorite ride. Wild Rose Creek sounds like laughter." Only 2 horses waited out in the bailey. There were so few fighting men left at Stone Ring Keep that Duncan refused to put them to work as an unneeded escort when he and Amber rode out over the keep's land. No outlaws had been seen or heard within half a day's ride of the keep since one of their kind had been hanged by Eric. Duncan lifted Amber onto her horse, then mounted his own. As always, after settling into the saddle, he checked the position of his sword and that of the hammer. To Duncan, the gestures were as natural as breathing. Side by side, the 2 horses clattered through the bailey and thumped over the stout wooden drawbridge. As they rode, Amber answered questions concerning the history of the various fields, who tilled them and how well, who was freeholder and who was serf, who was well and who was ill. "I don't think you ride out along this path to hear the creek," Amber said finally as they rode into the forest. "I ride out to have you teach me about the keep. And Hawk Hill, which lies close to our way, is a good viewpoint to look out upon the keep's land," she said. Duncan nodded. "You will make Eric a fine seneschal." "I would make him a better warrior." "He doesn't doubt your mettle," Amber said. "Then why won't he use me at Winterlands, where Norsemen are rumored to be thick as summer grass in the fields?" Duncan asked angrily. "You are more valuable to him here. Only Saturday last, one of his cousins was sniffing about the vassals, testing their will." Duncan grunted. "By now," Amber said, "Eric's cousins know that Stone Ring Keep has a new seneschal who is much respected by the vassals." When Duncan didn't answer, Amber looked at him unhappily. He was glancing around with narrowed eyes, as though searching for something, and his hand lay on his sword hilt. "Duncan, is something amiss?" He started and looked toward Amber. Her heart stopped, then quickened fiercely. For an instant he hadn't known her. Duncan looked down at his partially drawn sword, and then over his shoulder. Behind them, fanning out from the point where cart path and forest merged, the keep's fields lay darkly beneath a peaceful sky. Beyond the fields, clouds lay against the fells like languid harem girls awaiting their lord's pleasure. Over all poured the sun, its rich golden light a healing benediction. Turning in the saddle, Duncan looked ahead. The lord's forest still wore an autumnal blaze of yellow and red and orange. Frost-killed weeds clung in brittle disarray to rocks and fallen limbs. Leaves dried by 3 windy, rainless days swirled around the horses' fetlocks as they walked side by side along the cart road. When Duncan showed no sign of answering her question, Amber braced herself in the stirrups and leaned toward him. Fingers that trembled slightly closed over the wrist of his sword hand. Nothing came to Amber through the touch but the savage conflict within Duncan's mind. "Do you know me?" Amber asked, her voice urgent. Duncan's eyes focused on her, and he laughed in surprise. He picked up her hand and kissed her palm. "I know you as well as I know my own heart," he said. "But a moment ago you looked at me as though I were a stranger." Amusement faded from Duncan's eyes, leaving only the shadows that haunted him relentlessly. "A moment ago," he said, "I was lost in shades of darkness." Amber made an unhappy sound. "Part of me constantly cries danger," Duncan added grimly. "Part of me constantly scoffs. I feel like a haunch being gnawed by 2 wolves. He laced Amber's fingers between his. For a time they rode slowly, side by side, talking little, letting the brilliant colors of autumn brighten all shadows. Duncan and Amber were still holding hands when a weighted net sailed out of the forest and wrapped around the Scots hammer. Chapter 17. Instantly, Duncan fought to free his sword hand, but only succeeded in tangling himself more tightly within the net's coils. Crying Duncan's name, Amber pulled out her dagger and leaned toward him. Before she could slash at the net, a man appeared beside her and grabbed her wrist. The hatred that poured through the contact was more painful than anything she had ever felt. Amber gave a horrifying cry and fell senseless to the ground. Nor did she move again, even when Duncan called her name. Duncan went mad. He clawed at the net, ripping its tough fibers as though they were straw. "Now!" cried the man who had grabbed Amber. 2 more men ran from the forest. One of them seized Duncan's left foot and heaved upward, sending him tumbling to the ground. All 3 men jumped on their captive, trying to subdue him. Though one of the men was as big as Duncan, and the others hardly smaller, Duncan had a berserker's strength. "Simon, grab his other arm," Dominic said harshly. "I'm trying," Simon retorted through his teeth. "God's blood," Sven said. "He's strong as an ox." "Duncan," Meg called. "Duncan, you're safe. Don't you remember us?" For an instant, Duncan hesitated, caught between past and present, held by a half-remembered voice. An instant was all that Dominic required. His thumbs dug savagely on either side of Duncan's neck. The Scots hammer kicked once, then fought no more. When Dominic lifted his hands again, Duncan lay as senseless as Amber. Simon wasted no time in removing the net, while Sven bound hands and feet as they became untangled. "It is done," Sven said. "Even a white bear couldn't break free of these bonds." "Take his feet," Dominic said to Simon, "and remember, we ask questions of him, but offer no answers of our own beyond our friendship and his bewitchment." Simon bent and grabbed Duncan's feet. "I still think," Simon muttered, "we should just tell him and be done with the mummery." "Aye, but Meg said otherwise, and she is the healer." "God's teeth," hissed Simon. "And hell's too," Dominic agreed. Together, Dominic and Simon heaved Duncan face down over his horse's back. Walking on either side, they quickly vanished into the forest. Sven bent, scooped up Amber, and followed at a trot. Meg caught the remaining horse's reins and led it to the rough, hidden camp Dominic had made while he waited for the best moment to grab Duncan. With each movement Meg made, the tiny golden bells she wore at her wrists and waist chimed sweetly. While Sven tied the horses, Meg went to where Duncan was lying motionless on the ground. As she knelt, Dominic came to stand nearby. Only Simon noted that Dominic's hand was on his sword. Meg put her palm on Duncan's chest. His heart beat steadily. His skin was warm. His breathing was even. She let out a sigh of relief and removed her hand. "That was a nasty Saracen trick, husband." "Better than the butt of an axe handle," Dominic said bluntly. "Duncan is dazed, that's all. His neck will be bruised." "He is fortunate to still have his precious neck," Dominic retorted. Meg didn't argue. It was the simple truth. Dominic is the only lord I know, Simon said, who wouldn't have hanged Duncan out of hand as a traitor. With a muted chiming of bells, Meg stood and touched her husband's cheek. I know, she said proudly. That is why you are the Glendruid wolf. You are strong enough not to kill. Dominic smiled and covered his wife's hand with his own. You had better see to the witch, Sven said as he threw a blanket over Amber. She's pale and cold as frost. Bells sang softly as Meg hurried to Amber, knelt, and touched her. Amber's skin was indeed cold. Her breathing was erratic, too shallow. Her heartbeat was too rapid. Frowning, Meg turned to Simon. What did you do to her? She asked. I grabbed her wrist. Harshly enough to break bones? Meg asked. No, though I wouldn't weep if I had, Simon said. The hell witch deserves worse than a few broken bones for what she did to Duncan. I saw it, lady, Sven said to Meg. He barely touched the girl, yet she screamed like a soul feeling the fires of hell for the first time. Meg tilted her head in the manner of someone listening to a distant sound. It fits, she said finally. Meg flicked a corner of the blanket back. Amber's wrists were tied neatly together in front of her. 'Tis said that anyone's touch is painful to her, Sven added. Aye, Meg said. Her fingers stopped short of Amber's wrists. There were no obvious marks of bruising, no sign of swelling, nor was there any other injury visible on her body. Yet Amber lay senseless, her skin cold to the touch, her heartbeat too rapid, her breathing too light. After pulling Amber's mantle and the blanket more closely around her, Meg stood and went to check on Duncan again. When she would have knelt beside him, Dominic's hand shot out. He pulled her aside, putting her behind his broad back. Now Meg was well beyond Duncan's reach, even if he were free to seize her. Leave Duncan be, Dominic said. He is like a stranger. He knows us not. He knew me, Meg said. Did he? Simon muttered, or was he simply surprised to hear a woman's voice? Ask him, Dominic said curtly. He is only pretending to sleep now. As Dominic spoke, he watched the knight who had sworn fealty to him, the knight who now watched Dominic with the eyes of a man half mad with hatred. What have you done to Amber? Duncan snarled. Not but pull her from her horse, Dominic said. You touched her? Dominic shrugged. I? No, Simon did. Most gently, if you think on the circumstances. Let me see her. No, Dominic said distinctly. I think you have seen far too much of your Lehman. She is my wife. A stillness came over Dominic. Is she? Since when? 12 days. Muscles bunched and strained visibly as Duncan fought his bonds. With outward calm, Dominic waited until Duncan was panting, sweating, and convinced that he was well and truly bound. I must be with Amber, Duncan said urgently. She is not like others. A stranger's touch can be a sword cutting her. Whether you meant to or not, you have sorely hurt her. Let me go to her. Dominic sensed Meg's movement behind him. He countered it, keeping her from Duncan's view. The half-step Dominic took put him into full sunlight. He swept off his battle helm and looked down at Duncan. The clear, bright light heightened the contrast between Dominic's black hair and his crystalline gray eyes. On the shoulder of Dominic's black mantle, the eyes of the Glendruid wolf gleamed as though alive, infused with ancient wisdom. Do you know me? Dominic asked. Duncan's only answer was a feral snarl. You have been bewitched, Dominic said. We are your friends, yet you have no memory of us. A shudder coursed through Duncan. Nay, I was but ill, he said hoarsely. Do you remember the time before you came to the disputed lands? Dominic asked. No. Do you know that man? Dominic asked, pointing to Sven. Duncan looked. An expression of strain came to his face as he tried to rip shadows aside to get at the truth beneath. Aye. Duncan's voice faded to a hoarse whisper. I have no memory. Do you know this woman? Dominic stepped aside, leaving Meg alone in a shaft of sunlight. Her loosely bound hair blazed like fire. Her matchless eyes were an intense, burning green given only to Glendruid women. Duncan made an odd sound. Don't you know me, Duncan? Meg asked gently. Once, we chased butterflies together. An agonized expression crossed Duncan's face. Memories glittered like moonlight on disturbed water. You taught me to ride, Meg continued, her voice soft, relentless, to hunt, and to cast the lure for a falcon. We were betrothed when I was but 9. Abruptly, memory flowed together. A face, a name, a childhood stitched through with a girl's laughter. Maggie? Duncan whispered. A smile transformed Meg's face. I, Duncan, Maggie. Of all the people in Blackthorn Keep, only you call me that. The mention of Blackthorn Keep made shadows within Duncan swirl and churn. He turned and looked at Simon. You talked of Blackthorn Keep when we fought. Aye, 'tis how I defeated you, Simon said. Blackthorn, A shudder tore through Duncan's powerful body. More fragments of memory touched and wove together. "Lord John," Duncan said, looking at Meg. "My father?" "Your father," she agreed, "though he wasn't free to wed your mother." Duncan made an odd sound. Somehow I remembered that. "John?" "Nay, being a bastard." Duncan closed his eyes. "Maggie, for the love of God, let me go to Amber." The naked plea in Duncan's voice made Meg's throat ache. "Hold a dagger to Duncan's throat if you must," she said to Dominic, "but let me see into his eyes." Without a word, Dominic drew his battle dagger, knelt, and laid the blade across Duncan's throat. "Be very still," Dominic said calmly. "I value you, but I value my wife above all else." Duncan ignored the dagger, having attention only for the Glendruid woman who was kneeling close to him, attended by a muted murmuring of bells. Eyes the burning green of spring unleashed looked into Duncan's own eyes, seeing him in the uncanny way of Glendruid women. For a long time there was silence but for the wind pulling bright autumn leaves from branches. "Let Duncan go to her," Meg said finally. "Nay," Simon said, his voice as fierce as his eyes. "Duncan was my friend, and that hell witch stole his mind." With a graceful motion, Meg stood and went to her brother-in-law. His fair hair gleamed like gold in the sun, but his eyes were slices of moonless night. "Duncan is not bewitched," Meg said. Simon looked into the fathomless green of Glendruid eyes. Then he looked away to the girl who lay unmoving beneath a blanket. "How can you say that? The hell witch took his memory," Simon said savagely. "'Tis as clear as day." "To practice the black arts thus would have left a mark on Duncan's soul that nothing save God could erase," Meg said. "Duncan has no such mark." Simon looked back at Meg. "Do you think," she asked softly, "that I would knowingly set an enemy in our midst?" "No." "Do you think I would put Dominic's life at risk in any way?" "Nay," Simon said, "never." The certainty in his voice was reflected in his eyes. He knew to the depths of his soul that Meg loved his brother in a way Simon had never thought to see a woman love any man. Meg saw Simon's faith in her and touched his cheek in brief thanks. "Then believe me," she whispered, "when I say that Duncan is not bewitched." "If it were anyone but you speaking," Simon said, raking his fingers through his fair hair. Meg waited. With a resigned gesture, Simon turned away. "I'll bring the hell witch to him myself." "Nay," Duncan said violently. "Don't you understand? Your hatred wounds her." Simon looked at Meg. "Duncan," Meg said, "if we untie you, will you vow not to attack us?" "As long as you don't further wound Amber, yes." Dominic put his hand on Meg's arm when she would have drawn her own dagger to cut Duncan free. "Slowly, small falcon," Dominic said. "We have had Duncan's word in the past and found it without value." When Duncan realized what Dominic was saying, he flushed with anger, and then he turned pale. "Am I forsworn?" Duncan asked starkly. "Do you know of any vow I have broken?" Dominic saw the depth of Duncan's emotion and knew that whatever had happened since Duncan had come to the disputed lands, the Scots hammer had not knowingly broken his word. "Do you know me?" Dominic asked almost gently. Duncan stared at the Glendruid wolf as though sight alone could put together the elusive fragments of the past. But it could not. "I should." Duncan's voice was hoarse with effort. "I sense it, but—" "You don't know me," Dominic finished. "No," Duncan whispered. "Then you are not forsworn," Dominic said simply. "Cut his bonds, Meg. Duncan has given his word not to attack unless we harm the witch." Dagger in hand, Meg bent over the cords. No sooner had she cut through them than Duncan sprang to his feet and went to where Amber lay. The coolness of her skin shocked an oath from him. Hurriedly, Duncan lay down beside Amber, lifted her slack body against his, and wrapped the blanket around both of them, trying to warm her flesh with his own. "Precious Amber," he whispered, "what has happened to you?" There was no answer. The Scots hammer bent his head, hiding his face in the unbound gold of Amber's hair. "I did but pull her from her horse," Simon said, baffled. "I swear it." "It isn't your fault," Meg said. "Whether learned or Glendruid, a gift is also a curse." "I suspect that Amber's is more curse than gift," Dominic said in a low voice. "Are you saying that my touch alone did that to her?" Simon asked, appalled. "Your touch told her of your hatred," Meg said. "You have little trust in women, especially those with gifts." Simon didn't deny it. "I make an exception for you, Meg." "I know. I have seen it in you." "Are you smiling lovingly at my brother?" Dominic asked Meg in an ambiguous tone. Simon gave Dominic a sideways, wary glance. Meg laughed softly. "Of all men who walk the land," she said, "you have the least cause to be jealous." "Aye, but Simon is a handsome devil." "So is Duncan," Simon retorted. Dominic grunted. "Seeing him with this witch, I no longer worry that he looks at Meg with more than friendship in his eyes." Simon followed Dominic's glance to where Duncan lay, cradling Amber against his body. "Aye," Simon whispered. "What do we do now?" "What we must," Dominic said quietly. "And that is?" "Question him before the witch awakens." "Let me," Meg said. After a brief hesitation, Dominic nodded. "All right, small falcon. He remembers you with affection." Dominic smiled thinly. "His memories of me might be somewhat different." "Particularly if he remembers what happened in the church," Simon said sardonically. Meg gave Dominic a sideways glance. She knew quite well how little her husband liked remembering Duncan and John's plan to wed her to the Scots hammer, over Dominic's freshly killed body. "Duncan," Meg said. Though her voice was gentle, it wasn't timid. She was the lady of a great keep and a Glendruid healer, and she meant to have Duncan's attention. He looked up, his eyes wild with shades of darkness. "Is she better?" Meg asked. "Her skin feels less cool," Duncan said. Muted cries of bells marked Meg's progress toward the girl, who lay unmoving in Duncan's arms. Meg bent closer, but didn't touch Amber. "How does her heart feel beneath your hand?" Meg asked. "Strong, steady, excellent. She appears to be in a healing sleep rather than in a stupor. When she is ready, she will wake without lasting harm." Meg stood and watched Duncan's large hands smooth hair back from Amber's face. Though asleep, Amber seemed almost to follow the caress the way a flower follows the sun across the sky. "I take it your touch doesn't wound her," Meg murmured. "Nay." "Odd," Meg said. "Aye, the people of Stone Ring Keep were much surprised." Meg sensed Dominic's sudden, intense interest at Duncan's mention of the contested keep. "Is Amber from Stone Ring Keep?" Meg asked. "Yes." "Vassal to Eric, called the Undefeated?" Duncan smiled strangely. "Aye. They were childhood friends, much as you and I were. He and a learned witch called Cassandra are Amber's closest friends." A gust of wind blew through the camp, stirring Meg's robes and setting hidden golden bells to crying. The sound caught Duncan's attention. "You never used to wear such jewelry," he said, "did you?" "No. They were my husband's gift, golden jesses for his small falcon." Duncan looked back down at Amber's face. He stroked her cheek tenderly. It was warm beneath his touch. The icy fist that had squeezed Duncan's heart eased somewhat. With a silent prayer of thanks, he pulled Amber even closer to his own warmth. "What do you remember of the time before you came to the disputed lands?" Meg asked. "Very little. Not even my true name." "Duncan is your true name?" "Nay, Duncan is the name Amber gave me when I awakened with no more memory than a babe has." He brushed his lips over Amber's eyelids. "She touched me, knew me, and named me Dark Warrior. Duncan." A single black eyebrow rose, emphasizing Dominic's skepticism, but a quick warning look from Meg ensured his silence. "How did you find Amber?" Meg asked. "I didn't. Eric discovered me inside Stone Ring, at the foot of the Sacred Rowan." Meg became very still. "I was naked," Duncan said, "senseless, and had nothing of my possessions with me but an amber talisman." His head snapped up suddenly. "You gave it to me," he said to Meg. "Yes. I remember that as in a misty dream, the color of your hair and eyes, but not your name or where you were or why you would give something so valuable to me." "Are you certain you were found inside the stone ring?" Meg asked, ignoring Duncan's implied question. "Yes, that and the talisman was why Eric brought me to Amber. All things Amber belong to her." "Is she the one called Untouched?" "Yes," Duncan said huskily, "until I came to her." "And then?" "She burned at my touch, but there was no pain. I burned at her touch and found paradise." Duncan looked up at Meg, wanting her to understand what he himself was still discovering. "There has never been another woman like Amber for me," he said slowly. "There never will be. It is as though God made her solely for me, and me solely for her." Simon and Dominic exchanged a look, but neither man spoke. There was nothing they could say to parry the certainty in Duncan's voice. "So Eric brought you to Amber," Meg said carefully, "because all things Amber belong to her." "Yes. I lay senseless in her cottage for 2 days." "Dear God," Meg whispered. "Somehow Amber called me from the fell darkness that had taken me. Without her I would have never wakened." "So you married her out of gratitude," Dominic said in a low voice. Duncan shook his head. "I vowed if I took her, I would marry her." "So she seduced you," Dominic muttered. "Nay, she was a virgin when we lay together beneath the sacred rowan in Stone Ring." Delicate chills coursed down Meg's spine. She, too, had once lain as a virgin with a warrior in a sacred place. She, too, had arisen no longer a maid. She, too, had been a participant in a destiny whose choices were not always obvious, and not always her own. "What is your memory like now?" Meg asked. "Leaves scattered by a dark wind," Duncan said bitterly. "Has there been no improvement since you first awakened?" Duncan let out a harsh breath he hadn't been aware of holding. "Instants of understanding, no more," he said, "just enough to tantalize me." "Do these memories come at any special time or place?" "When I first saw Simon at Seaholm," Duncan said, "I had a memory of candles burning, chance, and a knife blade cold between my thighs." Duncan turned to look at Simon. "Did that happen?" Duncan asked. "Did I stand in a church with a woman's silver shoe in my hand and a knife blade between my thighs?" Simon looked swiftly at Meg. She nodded. "Yes," Simon said, "it was my blade." Memories shivered and bright fragments wove together, giving Duncan more of the past. "It was your shoe," Duncan said to Meg. "Yes." "John was too ill to take part in the ritual, so I stood in his place," Duncan said slowly. "Yes, and I... Shades of darkness descended, baffling Duncan's efforts to recall his lost past. "I am so close to remembering it all," he said harshly. "I know it, yet something holds me back. God, let me remember." Amber stirred as though called by Duncan's anguish. Golden eyes opened. She had no need to ask what was wrong. She sensed the thinning shadows very clearly, the siren lure of memory glittering through the shades of darkness. Just as clearly, she sensed Duncan's fear of knowing. It was a fear she shared. Yet there was no choice but to confront that fear. She could no longer leave Duncan torn between past and future, bleeding invisibly, edging relentlessly toward madness. As I feared, it is destroying him. And as I feared, it will destroy me. It is too soon, my dark warrior, my love, heart of my heart. Too soon. And it is too late. Slowly, Amber looked past Duncan to the three warriors watching silently, held in check by no more than the upraised hand of the Glendruid witch. When Amber saw the silver pin glittering on one man's mantle, she knew she had lost her gamble. The past had overtaken Duncan, and the name of the past was Dominic LeSabre. "Let go of me," Amber whispered. It took Duncan a moment to realize that Amber had spoken to him. When he would have answered, her hand lifted, sealing his lips. "If you would remember the past," Amber said shakily, "you must first let go of me." "Why?" The demand was silent, but as clear as a spoken word to Amber. "Because you can't have both," she said simply. "Why?" Amber closed her eyes against the pain coiling more tightly through her with each breath. She had suspected the truth even before she had given herself to Duncan beneath the sacred rowan. Suspected, but not known. She knew now. Too late. "Because you can't truly love me until the shadows are gone," Amber whispered. "And when the shadows are gone, you won't love me at all." Her hand dropped from his lips. Knowing she shouldn't, unable to resist, she brushed her mouth over his. "You make no sense," Duncan said, searching Amber's shadowed eyes. "Your fall addled you." "Nay, it made me see clearly how I have wronged you in the name of protecting you." "Wronged me? What nonsense! You called me from a terrible darkness." Shaking her head slowly, ignoring the slow fall of her own tears, Amber forced herself to give Duncan what no longer could be denied. "Let go of me, dark warrior. Your past is all around you." "What do you mean?" "Let go of me," she whispered. Puzzled, Duncan opened his arms, releasing Amber. She sat up and would have stood, but knew her legs would refuse to take her weight. Like Duncan, she was at war with herself, knowing what must be and rejecting it at one and the same moment. "Now that we aren't touching, do you see?" Amber asked starkly. "I see only your tears." "Then hear my words. The Glendruid witch is your childhood friend." "I know, Maggie. The fair-haired, black-eyed knight who hates me so. Do you know him?" Duncan glanced at Simon. He is Simon called the Loyal." Duncan finished, triumph clear in his voice. I know him." "And to whom is he loyal?" Amber asked softly. "His brother." "Who is the brother of Simon the Loyal?" Abruptly Duncan came to his feet and faced the tall, powerful knight who was watching him with sword half drawn and eyes the color of winter rain. "Dominic LeSabre," Duncan said. The knight nodded. "And who are you, dark warrior?" Amber whispered raggedly. "What is your true name?" Duncan closed his eyes and tried to speak. Shadows writhed as they fought against the bright memories flowing together, weaving a tapestry of knowledge, fragment by shimmering fragment, until even 1,000 shades of darkness could no longer conceal the burning pattern of the truth. When Duncan's eyes opened once more, Amber was grateful not to be touching him. "I am Duncan of Maxwell, the Scots hammer," he said savagely. Again Dominic nodded. "I am Duncan of Maxwell, steward to Eric the Sorcerer in the very keep that you, my rightful lord, gave me to hold in fief for you." Dominic would have spoken, but there was no chance. Duncan's words were still falling like bitter rain. The pride, humiliation, and rage in him were strong enough to taste. "I am Duncan of Maxwell, a man brought to ruin by a witch with golden eyes and a lying tongue. I am Duncan of Maxwell, the forsworn." Chapter 18. Withdrawn, silent, Amber watched while the last of the rude camp was loaded onto horses. "Can you mount unaided?" Meg asked. "Yes." "Good. We wouldn't want to hurt you again." "And Duncan can no longer bear to touch me," Amber said with outward calm. Reluctantly, Meg nodded. Her intent glance missed neither the pallor of Amber's face nor the dark brackets of pain on either side of her mouth. "I have lived without touch before," Amber said. "I will do so again." "Before you didn't know," Meg's voice died. Knowledge is my punishment." The bleakness of Amber's voice made Meg flinch in silent sympathy. "I'm sorry," Meg said. "Don't be. Better that I live untouched than be touched by Duncan now." "He would never lift a hand to you," Meg said quickly. "He wouldn't have to. I can feel his fury like black wings beating against my soul." Instinctively, Meg held out her hand in a gesture of comfort, then remembered that pain rather than ease would flow from her touch. Her hand dropped to her side. "Duncan will soften," Meg said. "I've never seen him so tender with anyone as he was with you before he knew that I was less than I seemed, and he was far more." Amber's mouth turned down in a sad curve. "His temper is like a summer storm," Meg said, "loud and even frightening, but it passes quickly." "The rocky fells will melt and run like honey before the Scots hammer forgives me for tarnishing his honor," Amber said. "Such forgiveness would require great love. Duncan loves me not." The combination of anguish and acceptance in Amber's voice told Meg more than words could have. "You knew this would happen, didn't you?" Meg whispered. "I knew it might. I hoped it wouldn't." Amber closed her eyes. "I wagered everything. I lost." "Why did you do it?" "Duncan came to me in shades of darkness, and touching him taught me that the darkness was mine, not his." "I don't understand." Amber smiled oddly. "I doubt that anyone could, unless they were cursed with my gift." Motionless, Meg waited, seeing Amber's truth and sorrow with Glendruid eyes. "Mine was a lifetime of night," Amber said simply. "Duncan was my dawn. How could I let Eric hang him?" "Hang Duncan?" Meg asked, appalled. "Aye." As though chilled, Amber wrapped her arms around herself and whispered, "Death will surely flow." Coolness coursed down Meg's spine. "What was that?" "Cassandra's prophecy, the one I hoped to evade." "What prophecy?" Amber's laugh was a cry of throttled pain. "More fool I," Amber said bleakly. "Rich life was the lure, death is the truth. Better that I had never been born." "What prophecy?" Meg asked again sharply. The tone of her voice brought Dominic immediately to his wife's side. "What is it, small falcon?" "I don't know. I know only that something is wrong. Black wings beating." The echo of her own words brought Amber's attention back to Meg. The compassion in the Glendruid healer's eyes was as clear as it was unexpected. "A prophecy attended my birth," Amber said. "A man with no name may you claim, heart and body and soul. Then rich life might grow, but death will surely flow." Dominic's eyes narrowed into slivers of beaten silver as he listened. He would have dismissed the words, but his own marriage had taught him that some prophecies were as real and as deadly as a drawn sword. "In shades of darkness he will come to you. If you touch him, you will know life that might or death that will. Be therefore as sunlight, hidden in amber, untouched by man, not touching. Forbidden." When Amber finished speaking, there was a silence unbroken by even the wind. She turned around and found what she had feared she would, Duncan standing behind her, watching her with wintry contempt in his eyes. "You came to me in shades of darkness," Amber said, "a man with no name, and I touched you. You claimed my heart and my body. We had better pray that my soul is still unclaimed, or death will surely flow." "Then we are lost, witch. Your soul was sold to the devil a long time ago." "Duncan!" Meg said, appalled. "Don't let your soft heart lead you astray, Maggie. Duncan said. "There is naught but hell's own calculations in that sweet-faced witch." "You are wrong. I have seen her." "So have I," he retorted sardonically. "I have seen her bend to me and whisper of love at the very instant she most deeply betrayed me." Amber's head came up. She watched him with a falcon's proud eyes. "I have never betrayed you," she said distinctly. "You didn't tell me my own name. I call that a betrayal." "I didn't know who you were until you fought the outlaws with such lethal skill." Duncan said nothing. "And even then I wasn't certain beyond all doubt," Amber said. "It made no sense. You had flashes of learning, yet Duncan of Maxwell wasn't learned." Meg looked curiously at Duncan, as though seeing a side of him that she hadn't known existed before. "There could have been other warriors," Amber said, her voice subtly pleading. "Men whose names I didn't know, men who had a strong hand with the hammer, men who were learned." "Did you know who I was before we married?" Duncan asked bitterly. Amber's spine straightened, and her chin came up. "Yes." "Did you know I was betrothed to another, a marriage arranged by my true lord, Dominic LeSabre?" "Eric told me." "Before we were married?" "Yes." "And you say you never betrayed me. Such fine calculations they must teach the learned, all the ways to split hairs until nothing remains but dishonor." The contempt in Duncan's voice made Amber feel as though she were being flayed with a thin whip. "I had to marry you," she said desperately. "It was either that or watch you hanged." "Better I had been hanged than live to know myself an ill-begotten bastard whose vows are worth less than sheep-dung." Dominic stepped up to Duncan and put both hands on his broad shoulders. "I don't consider you a man without honor," Dominic said. "You, and your oath, are much valued by your lord." Duncan became very still. Then a visible shudder went through him. He went down on one knee in silent reaffirmation of his oath of fealty to Dominic LeSabre. "You are generous, Lord," Duncan said in a strained voice. "I hope Lord Eric thinks so," Dominic said ironically, "when he returns from Winterlands and discovers that I have taken Stone Ring Keep." Duncan rode alone over the lowered drawbridge and into Stone Ring Keep's bailey. His shout brought the keep's men-at-arms running. "Go to Amber's cottage," Duncan ordered them. "She has much to bring to the keep." The men obeyed quickly, leaving the bailey at a trot. The remaining guardians of the keep were more boys than men, squires who dreamed of someday being knights. "I will take the gatehouse watch," Duncan said to Egbert. "If either of you sees aught amiss, don't cry out. Come to me swiftly and silently. Do you understand?" "Aye," the two boys said as one. As the squires trotted off to their posts, Duncan went quickly to the armory. The weapons that remained there after Eric's departure were ill-assorted, but quite sufficient for the keep's defense. Duncan locked the armory door and kept the key. Then he went to the gatehouse to wait for the Glendruid wolf. And while he waited, he tried not to think of the Amber Witch who had set fire to him as no other woman ever had. "My body knows you. It responds to you as none other. How many times have we lain in darkness together, our bodies joined and slick with desire? How many times have I undressed you, kissed your breasts, your belly, the creamy smoothness of your thighs? How many times have I opened your legs and sheathed myself within your eager heat?" She had come to him so perfectly, so falsely. "Come heaven, come hell, I will protect you with my life. We are joined." The echo of Amber's vow twisted through Duncan's memory, and with it came the pain of a betrayal so deep he would spend a lifetime measuring it. "I believed her. By all the saints, I am a fool." Yet even as Duncan told himself he was a fool, he couldn't help but remember his own burning need, a hunger greater than any he had ever imagined. "You're a fire in my blood, in my flesh, in my soul. If I touch you again, I'll take you." "Then touch me, Amber, take me." And he had, despite all. "I am afraid for you, for me, for us, because I can't remember. No, because you might." And he had done that too. Would to God I could forget her more thoroughly than I ever did the past. But that Duncan could not do. The memory of Amber was 1,000 torches of fire in his mind, his body, his soul. "Touch me. Take me." With a throttled sound, Duncan fought his brightly burning memories as savagely as he once had fought 1,000 shades of darkness. Without success. He was a man torn by conflicting needs. The part of Duncan that was ruled by rage hoped that Amber would take the men-at-arms he had sent to her and run for Seaholm or Winterlands. And part of Duncan feared she would do just that. Then he would never again hear her laughter, never again turn and find her watching him with eyes of fire, never again feel the sultry yielding of her body as he sheathed himself in her. "Sir." The whispered word came from behind Duncan. He spun with such fierce speed that Egbert backed up in alarm. "What is it?" Duncan asked. 3 knights and a lady are riding up to the keep. They have a small amount of baggage with them." "Just one lady?" Duncan's voice and eyes were a blunt warning of his temper. Egbert swallowed and backed up. "Aye," the squire said nervously. "Amber?" "I recognize neither the lady nor the knights." Rage and pain struggled for control of Duncan's voice. Neither one. He was unable to speak. Duncan turned his back on Egbert and looked out through the open gate to the road. There were indeed horses coming up the road. One of them was Shield, his own battle-trained stallion. Shield's saddle was empty, but the broadsword was now at Duncan's side rather than in its riding sheath. "Sir?" Egbert prompted. "Go back to your post." Egbert hesitated, then turned and sped away, wondering what had caused Duncan's expression to be as bleak as a stone carving of hell. Motionless, Duncan watched Dominic LeSabre canter up to Stone Ring Keep, his Glendruid wife at his side. "Was there any difficulty?" Dominic asked. Duncan shook his head. "For a man who has just secured his own keep without bloodletting, you look quite grim," Dominic said, dismounting. "Not my keep, Lord. Yours. No longer. As of this moment, I give you Stone Ring Keep outright, without let or hindrance. You are lord here, Duncan, not my tenant-in-chief." Smiling, Dominic watched understanding sink slowly into Duncan. Born a bastard with no name, no estate, no prospects other than his strong right arm and a burning need for land of his own, and now Duncan had that land. Dominic understood the complex emotions exploding in Duncan, for Dominic, too, had been born a bastard with no prospects other than his skill with the sword, and he, too, had won wealth and land because of that skill. "My own keep," Duncan said oddly. He glanced around the keep, as though it were new to him. In a sense, it was. He had never looked at it as his own before. "It hardly seems real," Duncan said softly. "To go from a man with no name to this, all in a day." A lifetime's dream had come true. It was as solid as the cobbles beneath his feet, the weight of a sword by his side, and the smell of food from the kitchen in the bailey. Stone Ring Keep was his and his alone, held in fief for no other man. The keep and all its lands and people were Duncan's as long as he could hold them with his sword and his wisdom. He was no longer Duncan of Maxwell. He was Duncan, Lord of Stone Ring. "'Tis a great gift you have given me," Duncan said, turning back to Dominic. "'Tis a great gift you have given me," Dominic countered softly, dismounting. "I? What have I given you, save a long ride and doubts of my worthiness? You have given me what I crave above all else, peace for Blackthorn." "Peace?" "You returned alone to Stone Ring Keep. Had you wished it, you could have drawn up the bridge and told me to go forthwith to hell and take my knights with me." "I would never," Duncan began. "I know," Dominic interrupted. "Beyond all doubt, beyond all temptation, you are a man of your word, and your word was given to me." Duncan let out a long breath, feeling as though a huge weight had slipped from his shoulders. "With you on my north," Dominic said, "I will never need to fear for the safety of my Carlisle estates. You have my oath on it. And you have mine, Duncan of Stone Ring. If you ever need help to defend what is yours, send word to Blackthorn. The Glendruid wolf will come to fight by your side." Clasping sword hand to sword hand, the two men sealed their vows as equals. "I fear that I won't be long in claiming your aid," Duncan said. "As soon as Amber gets to Winterlands, Eric will be on his way with more knights than I have men at arms." "Amber?" "Aye," Duncan said bleakly. "The witch will waste no time crying the word of your coming and my true name throughout the countryside." "Turn around, Duncan. Tell me what you see." Puzzled, Duncan turned and saw Amber riding up to Stone Ring Keep, surrounded by the keep's men-at-arms. Relief and rage warred within Duncan. He waited until the small party was across the bridge and through the gate. Then his gauntleted hand clamped around Whitefoot's reins, bringing the mare to a stop. "Go about your tasks," Duncan told the men curtly. The men-at-arms left without a backward look. Their speedy departure said more clearly than words that they would be quite pleased not to be within sight or sound of Duncan when he looked so fierce. Even Amber, braced for Duncan's rage, knew a chill when he looked up at her with eyes as hard as agates. "Why did you come here?" he demanded. Where else would a wife be but with her husband? Duncan became utterly still. "Or had you forgotten we are wed?" Amber asked with a bittersweet smile. "I have forgotten nothing, witch." The chill she had felt returned doubly, becoming fingernails of ice along her spine. "Then, husband, release Whitefoot so that a groom may see to her comfort." Duncan turned his head just enough to see Dominic without taking his eyes off Amber. "Dominic," said Duncan distinctly, "I trust your months as Lord of Blackthorn Keep have not caused you to forget how to close gates and lift a drawbridge." The Glendruid wolf laughed. Good, Duncan said. If you would be so kind as to see to those small tasks for me. Before Duncan had finished speaking, Dominic was working the mechanism that lifted the drawbridge until it fit like a heavy barrier across the opening to the keep. Bolts thumped home one after another, mating the bridge to the thick stone walls. The inner gate soon followed, closing with thick sounds of timber on timber. It seemed very dark in the bailey without sunlight slanting through the gate. You should have run while you could, Duncan said silkily to Amber. To what purpose? To bring Eric, of course. Then death would surely come as well, Amber said. As long as I am within the keep, Eric won't attack. Let him come, Duncan snarled. Amber looked past Duncan to the man who wore the Glendruid wolf. Is that what you want, Lord? She asked. War? What I want is of little moment, Dominic said. The keep and all that comes with it are Duncan's, not mine. The decisions that pass here will also be his. Amber's breath caught swiftly. You gave it to Duncan? She asked, stunned. Aye, Dominic said, walking forward to stand next to Duncan. And to his heirs, without let or hindrance? Aye. You are a man as generous as you are shrewd, Dominic LeSabre, she said. 'Tis no wonder Duncan's unremembered oath to you caused him such unease. If you knew going back on his oath was causing him so much distress, Dominic said coolly, why didn't you help him to remember? Shadowed golden eyes looked from one man to the other. Both men looked very much alike at the moment. Tall, powerful, fierce. Proud. Drawing a hidden, shaking breath, Amber forced herself to meet the savage, disapproving eyes of the Glendruid wolf. As she did, she remembered the way those eyes changed when Dominic looked at Meg. It gave Amber hope. Not much, but a spark seems brightest when all else is dark. If you knew a time was coming when your wife would look at you with loathing, Amber said, what would you do to delay that day? Dominic's eyes widened fractionally, then narrowed into opaque slices of silver. Meg said as much on the ride in, Dominic muttered, but I find it hard to believe. What is that? Amber asked. That a woman can love a man, yet not love his honor too. Amber's skin became even more pale, until even her lips were bloodless. Then you believe as Duncan does, she said, that it would have been better to let him hang. It would have been better not to force the marriage in the first place, Dominic said bluntly. Yes, she said tonelessly, but Eric forestalled that possibility too. What? Demanded Duncan and Dominic as one. I have had much time to think since you left me at the cottage, Amber said. Duncan grunted. Men call Eric a sorcerer, but I think often that he is simply shrewd in the way the Glendruid wolf is shrewd, Amber said. Meaning? Dominic asked her softly. Meaning that he understands what moves people and what leaves them unmoved. Stillness came over Dominic. My brother said as much. Simon? Dominic nodded and asked, what did Eric know that he used against Duncan? He knew that Duncan didn't love me. Duncan didn't deny it. Amber hadn't expected him to, but his silence stung like salt in an oozing wound. She drew another hidden, shaking breath, and was grateful Meg wasn't there to measure her distress with Glendruid eyes that saw too deeply, too clearly. When Amber spoke again, it was to Duncan rather than to the Glendruid wolf. Eric knew you wouldn't marry me if you remembered, Amber said with aching calm. And he knew how much you desired me. He knew I wanted you. Dawn after a lifetime of night. Her voice thinned into splinters of silence. So he left us utterly alone but for his most foolish squire, Duncan finished savagely, and all the time you allowed me to believe you weren't a maiden. Nay, Amber said fiercely, that was your own doing, Duncan. Eric and I both swore otherwise, but you didn't listen. You didn't want to know the truth, because if you believed me a virgin, you wouldn't have allowed yourself to take me. Aye, he said in a cold tone. Aye, she mimicked. Or maybe nay, Duncan of the broad shoulders and thick skull. Maybe you wouldn't have been able to stop yourself even if you knew. Then you would have hated yourself for breaking your vow. Memories arced like summer lightning between Amber and Duncan. The wild instant when he had taken her beneath the sacred rowan with a single, unexpected thrust of his body. 'Tis much easier to hate me than yourself, isn't it? Amber asked. She yanked on the reins, freeing them from Duncan's grasp before he could recover. Whitefoot backed up in a frantic clatter of metal shoes on cobblestones, taking her rider beyond Duncan's reach. The bridge is drawn up, Duncan said savagely. It's too late to run. I know. I've known it since I first touched you. Now you know it too. Chapter 19. Word of Cassandra's appearance went through the keep almost as quickly as word of Duncan's true name had 2 days before. Amber heard rumors of the learned woman, whispered by the serving men who brought steaming bathwater to the room where Amber and Duncan had once slept together. But no more. Amber hadn't seen Duncan since he had requested that Simon escort her to the luxurious room. She had become a prisoner in all but name, her only company the servants who came and went without warning, and without conversation. It was as though they were terrified of being caught speaking to the lady of the keep. A shout from the bailey below drifted through the partially opened shutters. Amber stood poised on the edge of entering the big wooden tub, where water gently steamed. "She be here, I tell you. Saw her with me own 2 eyes, blood-red robes and silver hair." Amber listened, but nothing more about Cassandra's presence could be heard from the high room. With a sigh, Amber slid into the water. Will Duncan come to me now? Will he finally admit that he needs me as much as I need him? Only silence answered Amber's half-fearful, half-yearning thoughts. That same silence had once been her customary state, but she had never noticed it. She hadn't known then what it was like to wake up feeling herself surrounded by Duncan's arms. She hadn't known then what it was like to feel his warmth, his laughter, his hunger, his peace, his strength, all that was Duncan, enfolding her in a richness of emotion she had never imagined. Having known that sharing, Amber now knew what true loneliness was. She measured its extent in the echoing emptiness that was inside her. No, Duncan won't come to me. 'Tis just as well. I dream of black wings beating at me, whispering unthinkable rage, unspeakable grief. I fear what would happen if I touched him now. For both of us. I fear. And yet I yearn. The coolness of the bath told Amber that she had spent too long in useless regrets. Despite the hearth's cheerful fire close by, she felt chilled. Amber reached for a pot of soap and began washing quickly, barely noticing the complex fragrance of evergreen and spices that rose from the soap. Soon the scent drifted through the room, as did the sound of soft splashes as she bathed. "My lady," Egbert called from the hallway beyond the room. "Again," muttered Amber under her breath. Then, "What is it?" "May I enter?" Though the bath was shielded by wooden screens both for privacy and to hold the hearth's warmth close to the wooden tub, Amber had no desire for Egbert's company. "As I told you a few minutes ago, I'm bathing," she said tartly. There was an odd silence, followed by the sound of feet shifting against the wooden floor. "Lord Duncan requires your presence in the solar," Egbert said. "I will be down presently." Nothing in Amber's voice suggested that she was excited to have her time of forced seclusion end, or that she was longing to see her husband. "The Lord was most, urgent in his requirement." "Ask him, then, if he would like to see me in the great hall, wearing only the liquid remains of my bath." The sound of rapidly retreating footsteps was Egbert's answer. Moments later, candle flames dipped and trembled as a draught moved through the room. Amber didn't notice, for she was rinsing her face. But an instant later, she looked up and froze. A frisson of awareness shot through her. Someone was in the room with her, standing just beyond the wooden screens, watching her. Duncan. She was certain of it. "Yes, Lord?" Amber asked. Despite her best efforts at calm, her voice wasn't steady. Her heart was beating far too rapidly with the knowledge that Duncan was so close. For the space of several breaths, no answer came. Rage and desire fought for control of Duncan. Every breath he took was infused with the scent of evergreen and spice. The silence shivered with the tiny sounds of water gliding over skin. Each instant announced in a new way that Amber was nearby, fragrant, warm, naked. The hammer blow of desire that went through Duncan made him sway. "Cassandra has asked after you," he said finally. But Duncan's voice said much more, husky and heavy, telling of blood racing hotly, flesh hardening, a body yearning to be completed. He could not have told Amber of his desire more clearly if he had touched her. His mind might be closed like a fist against her, but his body wasn't. Amber made a soft sound as her own body softened in a heated rush. She prayed that Duncan hadn't heard the telltale break and thickening of her breath. And she prayed that he had. The same instinct that had told Amber about Duncan in that first single touch had been whispering relentlessly to her since he had looked at her and seen his betrayer rather than his lover. Instinct and gift combined told Amber that she must somehow get past Duncan's rage before it destroyed both of them, and the people of Stonering Keep as well. If desire was the only way to reach him, then let it burn. "Tell Cassandra I am bathing," Amber said huskily. Deliberately, she shifted in the tub so that her profile rather than her back was to the screens. Slowly, gracefully, she trickled fragrant water over her shoulders and breasts. Crystal drops ran down the shadow cleft between her breasts and gathered in glittering crowns on nipples that had tightened simply at the sound of Duncan's voice. Amber heard Duncan draw in his breath. As she hoped, he was watching her through the space where the screens didn't completely meet. She wished she could see him as well as he was seeing her, and as naked. "You don't usually bathe at this time of day," Duncan said. Like Amber's voice, Duncan said more than his words. She shrugged, sending intriguing patterns of light, shadow, and moisture over her breasts. "I'm not usually held prisoner," Amber said. She lifted her arms and reached behind her head to tuck up stray strands of her hair. Her breasts swayed gently. The nipples gathered into even higher crowns. Silhouetted against the fire, she appeared to be licked by amorous flames. With a throttled sound, Duncan forced himself to look away. The first thing he saw was the dinner that had been brought hours before to Amber's room. Little had been touched. Less had been eaten. "Is something wrong with your food?" he asked roughly. "No." "You must eat more," he said. "Why? It takes little strength to be a prisoner." The calm question infuriated Duncan. He had no answer save that the thought of her fasting when there was no religious need disturbed him. Abruptly, Duncan turned and headed for the door. This time he made no attempt to be silent. The clink and rub of chainmail hauberk and hood, shoes, gauntlets, and sword announced that the lord of the keep was prepared for battle. But he hadn't been prepared to find his enemy naked. "Finish your bath," Duncan said in a harsh voice. "Be quick about it. If you aren't in the great hall before I become impatient, I'll send a scullery wench in to dress you and drag you forth." The door to the room shut with emphasis, announcing that Duncan had left. Anger and disappointment swept through Amber, but she wasn't foolish enough to test her husband's temper by dragging her feet. Whether Duncan knew it or not, she would rather have been whipped than forced to endure being touched by all but 3 people in the world. Cassandra was one of them. Eric was another. The third had just left in a fury. It was a very short time before Amber appeared in the solar, wearing a gown the color of Highland pines. Against the dark green of her gown, the ancient amber pendant glowed as though on fire. Her hair was a loose, flowing cloud, held back from her face by a silver circlet set with amber gems the precise color of her eyes. Duncan looked at Amber as though she were a stranger. A glance, no more, before he turned again to watch the learned woman whose gray eyes had never looked more like a winter sky. "As you see," Duncan said curtly, gesturing toward the doorway, "Amber is unharmed." Cassandra turned and looked at the girl she had raised as her own daughter. "How goes it with you?" Cassandra asked. "It is as you foresaw." Pain passed like a shadow over the learned woman's face at Amber's soft words. Cassandra bowed her head for a moment. When she looked up again, there was no expression on her face at all. She turned toward Duncan. "Thank you, Lord," Cassandra said quietly. "I will trouble you no more." "Hold," Duncan said when Cassandra would have turned away. "Yes?" she asked calmly. "What did you foresee for Amber?" "Nothing that would affect your ability to rule Stone Ring Keep, its people, or its lands." "Amber," Duncan said without looking away from Cassandra, "touch the learned woman while I question her." Disbelief showed in Amber's face for an instant. Then anger came. "There is no reason to doubt her word," Amber said stiffly. Duncan's smile was as cold as Cassandra's eyes. "No reason for you, perhaps," he said. "She has no affection for me." "Daughter," Cassandra said, holding out her hand, "your husband is uneasy. Reassure him." Amber took the other woman's elegant fingers between her own. The emotions that poured into Amber were complex, powerful, darkly seething with all that had been risked and lost. Closing her eyes, Amber fought against the tears that Cassandra would not shed. "I have foreseen nothing that would affect your hold on Stone Ring Keep, its people, or its lands," Cassandra repeated. "It is the truth," Amber said. She put Cassandra's palm against her cheek in a brief caress and released her. Unease rippled through Duncan. Though nothing more was said, he could feel the sadness flowing between the 2 women. It was as though they were saying goodbye. "What did you foresee for Amber?" he demanded again. Neither woman spoke. "What did you foresee?" Cassandra looked at Amber. She shook her head. "That is a matter between Amber and myself," Cassandra said, looking back at Duncan. "I am lord of this keep. You will answer me." "Aye," the learned woman said. "You are lord of this keep. My answer is that what passed between Amber and myself has naught to do with the safety of this keep." Duncan looked into Cassandra's calm gray eyes and knew that he would get no better answer from her. "Amber," he said, "you will tell me what I seek." "To use my gift merely to satisfy idle curiosity would be a sin. You are lord of the people's bodies, not of their minds." Duncan came out of the riven oak chair as though shot from a bow, his hand clamped around Amber's arm. She barely had time to prepare herself for whatever pain might come along with the pleasure of his touch. But there was no preparation possible for what poured into Amber with Duncan's touch. Rage and desire, contempt and yearning, restraint and grief, a torment that knew no bounds. There was no beginning to it, no end, no place to hide. His pain and her own combined. A keening sound of anguish was dragged from between Amber's clenched teeth. "Amber," he said roughly. She didn't answer. She couldn't. It was all she could do, simply to stand upright against the combined torrent of their emotions. "It would be kinder to take a whip to her," Cassandra said bitterly, "but you feel no kindness toward her now, do you?" "What in the name of God are you chattering about?" Duncan shot back. "I'm not holding her tightly enough to give pain." "You could break her bones and she would feel no worse." "Make sense, woman," Duncan snarled. "I am. Whether light or heavy, your touch is agony to her." Duncan looked at Amber, seeing her rather than his own rage. She was as pale as salt. The centers of her eyes had dilated until there were only glittering rims of gold. A sheen of sweat stood on her cold skin, strength visibly drained from her with every quick, shallow breath she took. Shaken, Duncan released Amber as though she were a burning brand. She sank to her knees, put her arms around her cold body, and fought to bring the pain under control. It was possible now that Duncan wasn't touching her. Possible, but agonizing. "I don't understand," Duncan said, baffled and angry at once. "My touch used to give you pleasure. Is it because my mind is whole now?" Amber shook her head. "Then what in the name of Mary and Jesus is happening?" Duncan demanded. For a moment, Amber struggled to speak. Then she simply shook her head again. "Your rage," Cassandra said simply. Duncan spun toward her. The look in his eyes would have made an armed knight flinch, but the learned woman made no move away from the Lord of Stone Ring Keep. "Speak plainly," he ordered. "'Tis simple. You are consumed by rage. When you touch Amber, she feels your hatred of her as greatly as she once felt your pleasure. Beating her with a whip would cause less pain." Stunned, Duncan looked down at his hands as though they belonged to a stranger. Never had he beaten a horse, a woman, or a child. The thought of causing such pain with no more than a touch sickened him. How could Eric have used her gift to discover truth? Duncan asked in a low voice. "He is a monster." "Nay," Amber said raggedly. "Most people give me but a few instants of pain." "What of Simon?" Duncan demanded. "You fainted." "Simon had but one thought when he grabbed my wrist, loathing for me. He is a man of intense passion. It overwhelmed me." "What of Eric?" Duncan asked bluntly. "I doubt that his passions are timid." "Nay, nor do they wound me. He has tenderness for me, and I for him." Duncan grimaced. Cassandra looked from Duncan to Amber. "Duncan is a man of great passion," Cassandra said softly to Amber. "Why didn't his hatred overwhelm you?" "Because he feels other things for me as well. It is tearing him apart. It is tearing me as well." With that, Amber came back to her feet. She took a step, stumbled, and would have fallen if Duncan hadn't caught her before he thought of the hurt his touch would cause. He released her as quickly as he had caught her. "I didn't mean to." Duncan's voice faded, and he made a baffled gesture with his hands. No matter how furious he was with the witch who had betrayed him, the thought of his simple touch causing such pain for her bothered him in ways he didn't want to name. "'Tis all right," Amber said in a low voice. "It wasn't nearly so hurtful the second time." "Why?" "The rage was still there, but it was overwhelmed by your horror at causing me such pain." A shuddered look came over Duncan's face as he realized how clearly Amber saw him. More clearly than he saw himself. More clearly than he wanted to see. "Then," Cassandra said, "there is hope." "Duncan is a decent man," Amber said wearily. "Weave your hopes upon that, rather than upon my future." "Hope?" Duncan asked. "Of what?" Neither woman spoke. Duncan turned on his heel and sat again in the Lord's chair. "I see that you are quite restored," he challenged. A chill gathered in Amber. Duncan's softening toward her had been only momentary. "Yes," she said tonelessly. "Then we will continue. Are the learned plotting against me?" Duncan asked. Cassandra's hand lifted to brush against Amber's cheek. "No," Cassandra said. "No," Amber echoed. "Does Cassandra hope that they will?" "No," Cassandra said. "No," Amber echoed. For a time there was silence, but for the cry of wind around the keep and the whistling of a servant as he drew water from the well below the solar. Then Amber sensed people coming into the room behind her. She didn't look to see who it was. She had attention only for the proud warrior who was gazing at her with far too much darkness in his eyes. "As you requested," Simon said from the doorway, "although what you will do with this lazy lout is beyond me." Duncan looked beyond Amber and smiled slightly. Stay by the door, Simon, if you please. Simon nodded. Egbert, Duncan said, step forward. Amber heard the squire's footsteps begin, hesitate, and then set off at a different angle, giving her a wide berth. No, Duncan said. Stand close to the witch. Which one, Lord? Duncan shot the squire a cold glance. Amber. Egbert edged close enough that Amber could see his shock of reddish hair from the corner of her eye. Touch him, Duncan said distinctly, looking at Amber. A chill gathered in Amber. A few moments of discomfort, I believe you said, Duncan said in a soft voice. Amber turned to Egbert, who was watching her with fear in his eyes. This won't hurt you, she said quietly. Hold out your hand. But Eric will hang me if I touch you. Eric, Duncan said in a dangerous voice, is no longer lord of this keep. I am. Your hand, squire. Jerkily, Egbert held out his hand to Amber. She put a single fingertip against it, flinched subtly, and turned to Duncan. The pallor of Amber's skin angered Duncan all over again. Why so pale, witch? He asked. Egbert is but a half-grown boy. Compared to a man's passion, it must be less than a candle flame against a roaring hearth fire. Is that a question? Amber asked. Duncan's mouth flattened. He switched his savage attention to the squire. If you remain at the keep, will you be loyal to me? Duncan asked. Amber, Duncan demanded. No, she said tonelessly. He would be forsworn. His oath has been given to Eric. Egbert may be lazy, but he values his honor. Duncan grunted. You will leave for Winterlands at dawn, Duncan said to Egbert. If you are seen outside your quarters before then, you will be presumed to be an enemy bent on treachery, and you will be treated as such. Go. Egbert all but ran from the solar. Bring the next one, Simon. Cassandra made an involuntary motion of her hand as though to intervene. Be still or be gone, Duncan said coldly. The witch was Eric's weapon once. Now she is mine. The hearth fire was freshened 3 times before Duncan sorted through the keep's squires, men-at-arms, and servants. The squires were all loyal to their oaths and to Eric. The men-at-arms were locally born. They were loyal to the keep rather than to any one lord. It was the same for the servants, who were drawn from the keep's families. When the last scrying was done, Amber slumped in a chair near the fire, too weary to even hold her cold hands out to the flames. Pale and tightly drawn, her face was a silent rebuke to the man who had used her too hard. May I offer my daughter refreshment? Cassandra asked. Though the learned woman's voice was neutral, Duncan felt as though he had been slapped. It is within her reach, he said curtly. If she wishes to eat or drink, she has but to stretch out her hand. She is too spent. Why? Duncan's voice was angry. She said it was but a few moments of discomfort. There is a candle next to you, Cassandra said. Hold your hand on the tip of the flame. He looked at her as though she had lost her mind. Do you think I'm mad? He asked. I think you wouldn't ask your knights to do anything that you wouldn't do yourself. Am I correct? Aye. Excellent, Cassandra hissed. Then hold your hand over the candle flame, Lord. The space of 2 breaths, no more than 3. No, Amber said dully. He didn't know. Then he will learn. Won't you, proud lord? Duncan narrowed his eyes at the naked challenge in Cassandra's voice. Without a word, he stripped off one gauntlet and held his hand over the candle flame for the space of 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3. And now, he challenged Cassandra, drawing back from the flame. Do it again. Same hand. Same skin. No, Amber said, reaching for the wine. I'm well, Mentor. See, I drink and eat. Duncan put his hand in the flame again. Same hand, same place on his palm. 1 breath, 2, 3. Then he withdrew and looked at Cassandra. She smiled savagely. Again. Are you? Duncan began. Then again, Cassandra continued, and then again, 32 times. Comprehension came to Duncan in a wave of coldness. That was the exact number of people whose truth Amber had questioned by touch. Until your flesh smokes and burns and you want to cry out, but don't, for it would change nothing, especially the pain. Enough. Why so shocked, proud lord? Cassandra mocked softly. As you said, the candle is only a shadow of the hearth fire, but the flame burns just as deeply in time. I didn't know, Duncan said through his teeth. Then you had better learn the nature of the weapon you wield, lest you break it in your ignorance and arrogance. I had to know what the people of the keep were thinking. Yes, Cassandra acknowledged, but it could have been more gently done. You could have spoken, Duncan said, turning to Amber. Weapons don't speak, Amber said. They are simply used. Are you through wielding me for now? Slowly, Duncan's hands closed into fists. Just as slowly, they opened once more. "Return to your room," he said. Amber set aside the wine goblet and left the solar without a look or a word. Nor did Duncan call her back. But when Cassandra would have followed, he gestured to another chair. "Be seated," Duncan said. "You have no loyalty to me, but you will do what you can to help the Amber Witch, won't you?" Cassandra's lips thinned. "Amber is learned, not a witch." "Answer my question." "Aye. Whatever I can do to help Amber, I will do." "Then stay nearby and speak for the weapon that is too stubborn to speak for herself." "Ah, then you value her." "More than my dagger and less than my sword," Duncan retorted. "Eric should see you now." "Why?" "He thought your feeling for Amber would be stronger than your pride. I would like to show him how wrong he was," Cassandra said bitingly. "'Tis a pity that he isn't the one to bear the pain of his misjudgment." Before Duncan could speak, Simon and Dominic came into the solar. They looked from Cassandra to Duncan, to the untouched supper arrayed on a table near the hearth. "I have news that should whet your appetite," Dominic said. "What is it?" Duncan asked, turning away from Cassandra. "Sven assures me that the people of the keep are quite willing to accept you as their lord." Duncan smiled and turned to Cassandra. "Disappointed?" he taunted. "Only in your treatment of your wife." "Then you need not worry for long," Simon said. "The marriage will be set aside." Duncan and Cassandra turned as one to face Simon. "'Tis a true marriage," Cassandra said. "Ask Duncan if he hasn't had carnal knowledge of his wife." "Whether she is maiden or madam," Dominic said, "it matters not. The marriage was conducted under false pretenses. No bishop would uphold it." "Especially if a church or a monastery were offered as a gesture of respect," Simon said sardonically. "You exchanged sacred vows," Cassandra said to Duncan. "Will you go back on your word?" "Vows." Duncan's mouth flattened in pain or contempt, or both together. "Nay, I won't go back on my true word." Cassandra closed her eyes in a relief she couldn't hide. "I will keep the true vow I made when my mind was whole," Duncan said. "I will marry Lady Ariane of De Guerre." "What of Amber?" Cassandra asked. Duncan turned to Dominic without answering. "Send for my betrothed," Duncan said flatly. "The wedding will take place as soon as the church agrees." "What of Amber?" Cassandra demanded. Duncan rose and walked out of the solar, looking at no one. "What of Amber?" Cassandra shouted. Cassandra's cry echoed through the great hall, following Duncan. Even when the last echo had faded, he heard the words crying within the bleak silence of his mind. "What of Amber? What of your sacred vow? Amber. Sacred. Amber. Amber. Amber." There was no peace for Duncan in any part of the keep. The cry was a part of him, as deeply embedded as the pain of his old memory and his new betrayal. The past turning, returning, tormenting him first with Amber's voice and then with his own. "Truly I am safe with you. Always, my golden witch. I would sooner cut off my own sword hand than harm you." The memory was too sad, too savage. Duncan pushed it away, buried it among the thousand shades of darkness where he could no longer hide. Cassandra's voice pursued him, the learned woman's words raining down like drops of fire. "To deny the truth of the past or the present will destroy you as surely as cleaving your head in two with a sword. Remember what I have said when the past returns and seems to make a lie of the present. Remember it." Long after others slept, Duncan paced the halls and winding stairways of his own keep. Voices spoke within his silence, words echoing through his seething mind, Amber's voice describing passion, pride, and honor being used as tools of war. "Eric knew that you didn't love me. He knew that you wouldn't marry me if you remembered. And he knew how much you desired me." Duncan desired her still. False or true, witch or woman, leman or wife, she made his body burn for her with all the fires of hell. The violence of his need overwhelmed everything, even betrayal. Gradually, Duncan realized he was standing in front of Amber's door, his fists clenched at his sides. He didn't know how long he had been standing there. He only knew that he must be inside with her. The door to the bedchamber made no sound when Duncan pushed it open. The candles had burned low. The hearth held little more than embers. Draperies around the bed gleamed darkly as he drew them aside. Amber lay in uneasy sleep, the covers twisted and her hair a tumbled golden cloud spread across the pillows. For an instant Duncan saw her as she had been in the bath, her breasts gilded with water and reflected fire. He had wanted then to be like the fire licking over her. He still wanted it. Duncan released the draperies and began stripping off the heavy battle clothes he had worn throughout the day. When he was as naked as a candle flame, he drew back the draperies again and lowered himself into Amber's bed. Slowly, he reached out to touch her. Just before his fingertips brushed her lips, he remembered what had happened in the solar. Amber, white with pain, hardly able to stand, and Cassandra's cool words describing what had happened. "She feels your rage. Beating her with a whip would cause less pain." Yet Amber hadn't flinched the second time Duncan had touched her, when his concern for her pain had been greater than his anger at her betrayal. For a long time Duncan lay motionless, torn between desire and anger. Instinctively he divided his mind as though learned, yet without learned understanding of the danger to himself of what he did. A divided mind would soon curl back upon itself, like a leaf shriveled by fire, and, like a leaf, the mind would wither and die. Duncan forced himself to concentrate not on his bleak rage at being betrayed, but rather on his desire. Then he focused on Amber's passion for him, a passion she had never been able to conceal. "Eric knew I wanted you. Dawn after a lifetime of night." The thought of being wanted like that again swept through Duncan. All that held him in check was his fear of hurting rather than arousing Amber with his touch. He wanted her hungry, not beaten, as wild for the joining of their bodies as he was. A wave of heat burst through Duncan as he remembered what it was like to thrust into Amber, feeling her body close around him, holding him with tight, sultry perfection. Breathing a word that was prayer and curse at once, Duncan speared his hand into Amber's hair until her scalp lay warm against his palm. The burning focus of his mind was desire. The corrosive shadows he held at bay served only to make the fire even hotter by contrast. Amber awoke into a torrent of passion. She needed no candlelight to tell her who was lying next to her, his body hot and hard, his need too great to be described in words. "Duncan, my God, your hunger." She tried to breathe, to talk, but all she could do was shiver as her own body changed to meet his with the speed of a falcon leaping into the sky. "You tremble," Duncan said roughly. "Pain or desire?" She couldn't speak for the waves of his desire breaking over her. Then his hand swept down her body, seeking answers in another, surer way. The sultry riches that greeted him nearly drove him over the edge. He moved over her with cat-like swiftness, opening her legs and thrusting into her even as she arched up to him. The hot perfection of the joining undid him. With a raw cry of completion, he poured himself into her. But it wasn't enough. He wanted to fuse their bodies together, wanted the fire to burn forever, wanted... Amber. Duncan lowered his mouth to hers and began to move again, driving into her, joining with her in the only way he would permit himself, burning with her in the heart of his fire. And when neither could burn any longer, they slept in the ashes of their shared passion. Their nightmares were also shared, 1,000 cold shades of darkness and betrayal, vows that could not be kept without forswearing other vows, rage at what could not be undone, a primal hunger for all that could not be. Slowly, Amber withdrew until she no longer touched her sleeping husband. Eyes open, staring at the darkness, Amber drank to the last bitter drop the knowledge of what she had done to him and to herself. The Glendruid wolf had truly seen into Duncan's soul. Beyond all doubt, beyond all temptation, Duncan was a man of his word. And his word had been given to Dominic LeSabre. Amber knew it now. Too late. If Duncan lets himself love me, he cannot permit our marriage to be set aside. He must turn his back on honor and on Dominic LeSabre. Duncan of Maxwell, the forsworn. If he turns his back on honor, he will hate himself and me. Chapter 20. 12 days later, Cassandra entered the luxurious room that served as Amber's prison. Amber looked up from the manuscript she had been trying to decipher, trying and failing. Her mind was on one thing and one thing only: Duncan. "Ariana's here," Cassandra said bluntly. "Duncan requires your presence in the solar." For a moment, Amber became as still as death. Then she let out a long, soundless breath and looked around the luxurious bedchamber with eyes that saw only 1,000 shades of darkness. "Simon brought a Norman priest along with the Norman heiress," Cassandra continued. "There is no doubt that your marriage will be set aside." Amber said nothing. "What will you do?" Cassandra asked. "What I must. Do you still hope that Duncan will allow himself to love you?" "No." But the flare of emotion in Amber's eyes said yes. "Does he still come to you in the darkest part of the night, when he can bear his own hunger no longer?" Cassandra asked. "Yes." "And when the hunger is spent? Then comes anger at himself and at me and at the lies and vows that have trapped both of us. Then he doesn't touch me again. It hurts too much." "At least he has that much tenderness for you." Amber's smile was worse than any cry of pain would have been. "Yes," she whispered, "though he doesn't know it. My pain hurts him too." "You still hope he will someday come to love you?" Long lashes swept down, concealing Amber's eyes. Each time we touch, she whispered, there is more torment beneath the passion, more darkness. Surely where so much emotion is, there is also a chance. You will stay as long as you have hope, Cassandra said. Amber nodded. And then, Cassandra asked, what will you do when hope is gone and only 1,000 shades of darkness remain? There was no answer. May I see your pendant? The learned woman asked. Amber looked startled. After a moment of hesitation, she reached inside her robe to pull out the ancient pendant. Transparent, precious, golden, it hung from the glittering chain. Yet for all its beauty, the amber had changed in ways so subtle that only a learned person would see. Darkness, drawing a veil over light. Cassandra touched the pendant with a fingertip that displayed a very fine trembling, despite her best efforts at concealing the grief that raged beneath her learned calm. You know that Duncan is destroying you, the older woman said. Silence was Amber's only answer. Drop by drop, bleeding and secret, Cassandra whispered, until there will be nothing left of light and life in you, only darkness. Again Amber said nothing. It is destroying Duncan as well, Cassandra said flatly. Only then did Amber cry out, denial and pain, and the same rage that Duncan knew. For she was trapped with him, and each day was another shade of darkness wrapped around them, day after day, until there would be nothing left of light and life. Only darkness. He must not set you aside, Cassandra said fiercely. I have never wished death on anyone, but I wish death to the Norman bitch who— Nay, Amber said sharply, don't drag your soul into darkness over something I have done. You taught me to make choices and to live with those choices. Or die. Or die, Amber agreed. In any case, if it were not this heiress, then it would be another. We can't be slaughtering hapless maids, can we? Cassandra's laugh was as sad as her eyes. No, agreed the learned woman. There aren't enough rich maids in the world to slay before your thick-skulled lord will awaken to the riches that lie within his grasp. Not touching, yet close in every other way, the learned woman and her chosen daughter went down to the Lord Solar. The sight that greeted them was illuminated by hearth, torches, and the misty light pouring through the Solar's high window. Duncan sat in the chair of riven oak. Simon was carving a cold joint of meat with his dagger and deftly piling the thin slices on a silver plate. At first, Amber thought no one else was in the room. Only when Duncan spoke did she realize that Simon was slicing up food not for himself, but for another. Lady Ariane, Duncan said, rising from the Lord's chair, I would like you to meet my weapon, a witch called Amber. A woman dressed in a gown of black wool turned around. In her hands was a small harp. At first Amber thought Ariane was wearing a cowl of darkly shining black cloth embroidered with silver and violet threads. Then Amber realized that the cowl was Ariane's hair, thickly plaited and coiled. Silver ornaments gleamed in the midnight blackness, and amethysts glittered almost secretly with Ariane's smallest movement. Go to her, Amber, Duncan said. For a moment Amber couldn't force herself to move. Then her feet obeyed the commands of her mind rather than her heart. She walked up to the Norman heiress. Lady Ariane, she said, nodding. For an instant, curiosity animated eyes that were as richly violet as the gems woven into Ariane's hair. Then the woman's thick black eyelashes swept down. When her eyes opened again, it was as though a door had closed. Nothing of curiosity or any other emotion remained. The heiress's eyes were as cold and remote as the amethyst she wore. A pleasure, Ariane said. Her voice was cool, her words accented by her birth in Normandy. She made no offer to touch Amber in any way, even the most trivial brush of fingers in greeting. Amber suspected it was Ariane's nature, rather than any special warning on Duncan's part about touching Amber, that kept the Norman aloof. You have had a long journey, Amber said. A chattel goes where it is bidden. Ariane shrugged gracefully and set the harp aside. Chill fingers caressed Amber's spine. It was obvious that Ariane no more wanted the forthcoming marriage to Duncan than Amber did. Now you see why I require you, Duncan said sardonically. My betrothed's enthusiasm for the match reminds me that her father considers Saxons his enemy. God, or more likely the devil, knows what Baron de Guerre thinks of Scots. Ariane neither moved nor spoke in response to Duncan. Within the pale perfection of her face, her eyes were the only thing alive, and they were alive only as a gem is alive, reflecting light rather than having light of their own. It reminded me of Dominic's marriage, Duncan added. Simon sliced through another bit of roast with a single swift stroke. Aye, Simon said. John gave his daughter as an act of vengeance rather than as a true joining of clans. Exactly, Duncan retorted. I have no wish to wake up and find myself wed to a maid who can't give me heirs. Amber sensed the involuntary shrinking that went through the heiress, who sat so still amid her splendor of rich black clothes and extraordinary jewelry. Cassandra also sensed the Norman woman's inner flinching. She looked at Ariane with true interest for the first time. Simon put a plate of meats, cheeses, and spiced fruits in front of Ariane. When his hand brushed her sleeve, she started and looked at him with the wildness of a trapped animal in her amethyst eyes. "Ale?" he asked calmly. "No, thank you." Ignoring Ariane's refusal, Simon put a mug of gently seething ale in front of her. "You're too frail," he said bluntly. "Eat." Simon stepped back, no longer leaning over Ariane. She let out a ragged breath. When she reached for a sliver of meat, her hand trembled. Impassively, Simon watched until Ariane chewed, swallowed, and reached for a bit of cheese. When she began eating that as well, he looked at Duncan. "Lady Ariane needs rest," Simon said. "We rode without pausing during the day. Nights were little better. After Carlisle, there was no shelter from the storms." "I won't keep her long," Duncan said. He looked at Amber. "Take her hand, witch." Amber had known this was coming since she had heard Duncan's fears about heirs. Knowing, she had prepared herself. Her hand was steady when she held it out to Ariane. The Norman girl's expression said quite clearly that she disliked being touched by anyone. She glanced at Duncan, saw no comfort, and took Amber's hand. Despite Amber's preparation, the chaos of terror, humiliation, and betrayal that lay at Ariane's core nearly brought Amber to her knees. Ariane was a woman of great passion, and all of it was dark. "Lady Ariane," Duncan said, "are you sterile?" "No." "Will you accept your duty as my wife?" "Yes." Amber swayed, fighting the savage emotions that lay beneath the Norman girl's rigid control. "Amber," Duncan said. She didn't hear. All she could hear was the vast scream of betrayal that filled Ariane's core. "Amber." Duncan's voice was sharp. "She is telling the truth," Amber said raggedly. Then she let go of Ariane's hand, for she could no longer bear the grief and fury that filled Ariane's soul. It was too like Duncan's. "Daughter, are you all right?" asked Cassandra. "What she feels is bearable." Ariane looked at Amber with dawning outrage. "You know," Ariane said tightly. "You know. Cursed witch, who gives you the right to harrow my soul?" "Silence," Cassandra said savagely. She walked swiftly to the two women, her scarlet robes burning vividly against the black of Ariane's clothes and the gold of Amber's. "All that has been harrowed is Amber," Cassandra said. "Look at her, and know that whatever black fires burn you in secret have also burned her." Ariane went white. "Know also that whatever your secret is," the learned woman continued, "it is secret still. Amber touches emotions, not facts." Silence stretched while Ariane gazed at Amber, seeing the pallor of her face and the strained line of her mouth. "Emotions only?" Ariane whispered. Amber nodded. "Tell me," the Norman woman said. "What do I feel?" "You can't be serious." "Nay, I thought I no longer had feelings. What do I feel?" It was the tone of simple curiosity that jarred Amber into replying. "Fury," Amber whispered. "A scream never voiced, a betrayal so deep it all but killed your soul." Silence stretched and stretched. Then Ariane turned to Duncan with contempt flashing in her narrowed eyes. "You have forced me to share what I have hidden even from myself," she said. "You have forced her to endure what she never earned." "I have a right to know the truth of our betrothal," Duncan said. Ariane made a cutting gesture with one hand. "You have diminished my honor and the honor of the one you call your weapon," she said tersely. Duncan's open hand slammed down on the arm of the chair. "I have been betrayed by those I trusted," he said in a clipped voice. "This is my way of being certain it doesn't happen again." "Betrayed," Ariane repeated tonelessly. "Aye. We have that in common." She shrugged. "But isn't enough for marriage." "We have no choice but to marry." Duncan leaned forward, his eyes hard as stones. "Will you be a faithful wife?" he asked coldly, "loyal to your husband rather than to your Norman father?" Ariane studied Duncan's fierce expression for a long moment before she turned to Amber, and held out her hand. "Yes," Ariane said. "Yes," Amber echoed. "Will that change if I take Amber as my leman, living in my keep and sharing my bed whenever I wish it?" Amber's learned discipline shattered. Even as Ariane's relief and hope soared, Amber's emotions all but overwhelmed the truth of what she was learning by touch. "Not at all," Ariane said clearly. "I would welcome it." Duncan looked surprised. "I will do my duty," Ariane said in her cool voice, "but I am repelled by the prospect of the marriage bed." "Does your heart belong to another?" Duncan asked. "I have no heart." Dark brown eyebrows lifted, but Duncan said only, "Amber." Silence was Amber's answer. She was too busy trying to control her own seething emotions to speak. Lehman. Horror. Day after day, darkness condensing, destroying everything. Well, witch? Duncan asked. Amber forced air into her rigid body. She tells the truth, Amber said hoarsely. All of it. Duncan settled back with a curt nod and an expression that was as bleak as winter itself. Then it is done, he said. We will be married on the morrow. As though in answer, a wolf's savage howl echoed from just beyond the keep's wall. Amber and Cassandra spun toward the sound. Even as they turned, another cry came, the scream of an outraged peregrine. Before the cry had faded, Eric walked into the great hall. He was alone but for the sword sheathed at his side. Beneath his long crimson cape he wore chainmail. A battle helm hid all but his dark gold beard. Duncan came to his feet in a fierce movement. With one hand he swept up his battle helm from the back of the chair. The hammer that was never far from his reach appeared in his other hand. Smoothly he put the helm on. Like Eric, Duncan now was dressed from head to feet in links of steel. Greetings, Duncan of Maxwell, Eric said gently. How is your wife? I have no true wife. Does the church agree? Aye, Dominic said from the doorway behind Eric. Eric didn't turn around. He watched Duncan with the unflinching stare of a falcon. Is it done then? Eric asked. The gentleness of his voice made Amber long to scream a warning to everyone within the room. I have only to fix my seal to the document, Dominic said. Again, Eric didn't look away from Duncan. And you, Duncan, Eric said. Do you agree to this? Yes. The wolf called again, and was answered by the peregrine's high scream. Eric smiled savagely. I demand blood right, he said. Single combat. You have no kin here, Duncan said. You are wrong, bastard. Amber is my sister. A shocked silence spread in the wake of Eric's words. Amber was the most stunned of all. Eric looked at her for the first time since he had walked into the great hall. Smiling almost sadly, he held out his hand. Touch me, sister. Know the truth. Finally. In a daze, Amber walked to Eric and placed her fingers on his hand. You are the daughter of Lord Robert of the North and Emma the Baron, Eric said distinctly. You were born minutes after I was. We are twins, Amber. The truth of what Eric was saying went through Amber like thunder through a narrow glen, shaking everything. But why? Whispered Amber. Then she could say no more. Why were you denied your birthright? Eric asked. She nodded. I don't know, Eric said, but I suspect that it was the price of my conception. That I be denied? Amber asked. That you be given to the learned woman who would suffer no man long enough to quicken with her own babe. Cassandra made a stifled sound. Eric looked at her for a moment only. Then he looked back at the girl whose true paternity he had discovered when he first had regarded the problem with learned eyes. Is that true? Amber asked, turning to Cassandra. When you were born... Cassandra's voice thinned into silence. The prophecy, Amber said. Death will surely flow. Aye, the Amber prophecy, Cassandra said, sighing. Emma feared it, and you. She refused to nurse you. Amber closed her eyes. Tears glittered among the lashes that rested against her pale cheeks. But I loved you from your first breath, Cassandra said fiercely. You were so tiny, so perfect. I believed if I could teach you enough learning, rich life might flow. Amber's laugh was sadder than her tears. Better you had left me for the wolves. Yet the words were never spoken aloud, for Amber had no wish to wound the woman who had taken an unwanted babe and raised her as her own. In the end, my lack of talent for learning doomed your hopes, Amber said. The fault was in my lack of teaching, Cassandra said. Amber simply shook her head. After a moment, she opened her eyes, looked at Eric, and saw her brother for the first time. Tears came again, but differently. She touched his cheek, his hair, his lips, letting the truth of him sink into her. The river always runs down to the sea, Amber said, no matter how you try to stay its true course. Let it go, my brother. Let it go. Before Eric's answer came, the peregrine flew at the partially open shutters that kept her from her master. The falcon's shriek was as shrill as Eric's voice was gentle. Never, Eric said. I don't want you to do this. I know, but it must be done. Nay, Amber cried, gripping Eric's arm with one hand. A gentle, sheltered girl called Duncan's soul from darkness, Eric said. Abruptly, links of metal chain began to chant of death, sliding one over another as the hammer moved restlessly in Duncan's grasp. And then, Eric said gently, implacably, the girl gave Duncan her own soul to fill the emptiness in his. For this priceless gift, he would make her a whore. Steel links clinked and writhed as though alive with the rage that was pouring through Duncan. Eric lifted the cold fingers that gripped his arm, kissed them, and stepped back from Amber. For the first time, he turned around and confronted Dominic LeSabre. The pin that held Dominic's mantle in place glittered fiercely. "As you see, Wolf of Glendruid," Eric said, "the blood relationship is clear." "Yes. Then you will grant leave for your vassal to meet me in single combat." "Duncan is my equal, not my vassal." "Ah, so that too is true. I wondered." Eric smiled sardonically. "You are indeed a formidable tactician, Dominic LeSabre." "As are you. No one less could have held 3 large estates in the disputed lands with a handful of knights and the reputation of being a sorcerer," Dominic said. Eric began to turn toward Duncan, only to be stopped by Dominic's dry words. "Your penchant for entering keeps through bolt holes unknown to others is no doubt useful to your reputation," Dominic said. "No doubt," Eric said gently. "But there will be no problem in the future." "Oh? Why?" "Your shrewdness didn't extend to letting Duncan challenge you to single combat. You are a dead man, Eric, son of Robert." Dominic looked past Eric to the Scots hammer. "In so much as you once were my vassal," Dominic said, "I entreat you to choose the hammer for your coming battle." Cassandra's body jerked as though she had been whipped. Absently, Duncan glanced down at the weapon that was quivering and twisting at the end of his steel leash, eager for the combat to come. Until that moment, he hadn't really been aware of holding the hammer. "Eric is undefeated with the sword," Dominic said, "but he isn't known for any extraordinary skill with the hammer. And I need you alive." Surprised, Duncan looked at Dominic. "Without you holding Stone Ring Keep," Dominic said simply, "there is little chance for Blackthorn's survival in the coming years. Grant this favor to one who was once your lord." Duncan looked at the hammer that waited within his grasp, as much a part of him as his own arms. Then he looked at Amber. Her eyes were wide, wild, and her hands were pressed against her mouth as though to hold back a scream. No matter who won the coming battle, she lost. Duncan knew it as well as she. "While you are considering the matter," Dominic added, "remember that Eric is the high-born lord who thought a man born a bastard had so little honor he wouldn't notice being forsworn." Metal links snapped and snarled as Duncan played with the hammer. The people in the great hall were so still that each movement of the chain carried throughout. "So be it," Duncan said. "I will fight with a hammer." Amber closed her eyes. Eric nodded, unsurprised. "Have a hammer brought for me from the armory," Eric said. "If you wish," Duncan said carelessly, "but if you choose to fight with sword and dagger instead, then you may do so." A howl lifted beyond the walls, a wolf's throat crying Eric's pleasure. "Sword and dagger," Eric said succinctly. Duncan smiled with feral anticipation. "Simon," Duncan said, "bring shields from the armory." Without a word, Simon left. He returned quickly carrying 2 long teardrop-shaped shields. One of them was emblazoned with the black outline of the Glendruid wolf on a silver field. The other had on it the silver head of a wolf on a black field. 2 wolves circling, testing. Cassandra went to Amber while the keep's chaplain shrived both men. "I would take your place if I could," Cassandra said in a low tone. "Live in your skin, feel your emotions, weep your tears, voice your screams, endure your pain. Whatever passes, the blame isn't yours," Amber said. "Nor is the death that is gathering like a black river. And like a river, it will flow." The sound of Amber's voice made even the learned woman flinch. Cassandra laced her fingers together inside her long sleeves and gathered what comfort she could from her learning. When the chaplain was finished and both men were shriven, Dominic went to Duncan and Eric. "You have made the challenge, Eric, son of Robert," Dominic said. "Do you wish to give quarter?" "Nay." "So be it. No quarter given, no quarter received." Dominic stepped back with a swiftness that made the black folds of his mantle swirl. "Let it begin," cried the Glendruid wolf. Eric leaped forward with a quickness that drew a gasp from the people in the hall. His sword swung in an arc so swift it was scarcely visible. Duncan barely brought up his shield in time. Metal crashed on metal with a force that echoed through the hall. A weaker man would have been flattened by the sudden attack. As it was, the force of the blow sent Duncan reeling. He went to one knee before he caught himself. Eric's sword whistled and descended with hellish speed. It was clear he meant to end the battle with the next blow. Again Duncan raised the shield without an instant to spare, but this time he was braced for the blow. Even as he absorbed it, his other arm moved in a powerful, sweeping motion. The hammer began to sing. The eerie steel moan quivered in the hall, making the hairs rise on Amber's neck. Though her eyes were closed, the hammer's death song told her that Duncan had survived the first, incredibly quick moments of Eric's attack. Amber's eyes remained closed when metal sounded on metal once more. Just as she hadn't wanted to see Eric's attack, the inhuman swiftness that killed with the speed of a peregrine, she didn't want to see Duncan now, the hammer circling with vicious speed, driven by the unusual power of his arm. Amber wouldn't need to see either man's death in order to know he had died. The hammer's song ended with a crash of steel on steel that drew cries and groans from the people in the hall. So great was the impact of the blow that it dented Eric's shield and knocked him off his feet. He rolled aside and leaped up with a quickness that drew a surprised oath from Simon. The hammer descended again. Eric spun with the shield, giving way even as the blow struck, taking the force from it. As he spun, he slashed with the sword. Duncan jerked his shield into place, but not quite as quickly as before. It was as though his arm had been deadened by the punishment it had already received. Eric grinned like hell unleashed. The sword whistled and slashed blow after blow onto Duncan's shield, driving him backward toward a wall. Once within reach of the wall, Duncan's weapon would be as harmless as a handful of stones. There would be no room to swing the hammer if his back was to a wall. Another sword slash sent Duncan to his knees. The hammer faltered in its song. Eric surged forward, sending the sword in a vicious arc meant to cleave Duncan in two. Abruptly, the hammer whipped with renewed force, and it came from the opposite direction, less than a handspan off the floor. Chain wrapped around steel shows. Duncan yanked, jerking Eric's feet from beneath him. He hit the floor with a force so great his helm flew off, and his breath was knocked from him. With a hoarse cry, Duncan pulled his battle dagger and knelt astride Eric before he could recover. Unable to breathe, much less to fight, Eric looked into the eyes of the dark warrior who would soon kill him. A mailed fist raised, a dagger gleamed, and steel flashed downward while a woman's scream wrenched the silence. At the last instant, Duncan turned the blade aside. The dagger struck the wooden floor with such power that the blade slammed all the way through the heavy plank and broke from the haft. "I can't kill one who looks at me with Amber's eyes," Duncan raged. "I give him to you, Dominic. Do to him what you will." With that, Duncan stood and threw the dagger's heavy haft against the wall. It smashed into a far wall with enough strength to chip stone. A vicious snap of Duncan's wrist called the chain back from Eric's ankles, freeing him. Amber started toward both men, only to be restrained by Cassandra's hand. "It isn't done yet," Cassandra said tautly. "Now we will see if Dominic LeSabre is truly fit to wear the Glendruid wolf on his mantle." The harp Ariane held sounded an odd chord as her fingers abruptly relaxed. It was the only outward sign that she had been in the least moved by what she had seen. Dominic drew his sword and slid the tip between the chainmail hood and Eric's chin. For a long time the two men measured each other. "I would prefer an alliance to a funeral," Dominic said finally. "Nay," Eric said, his voice hoarse. "If you die, your father will be stirred from his clan rivalries. There will be war between the Glendruid wolf and the clans of the north. And the learned will be first to fight," Cassandra vowed. "I will lead them myself." No one who heard the learned woman's voice doubted her. "You will lose," Dominic said. "King Henry won't let his northern borders go to Saxons and Scots." "Perhaps he won't have a choice," Eric said. "Perhaps, but Henry has held every bit of land he has fought for." Eric said nothing. "If Ariane is jilted," Dominic continued, "there will be war as well. Baron de Guerre is a proud noble. King Henry is most pleased with the match." Ariane stiffened subtly, but said not one word. "Aye," Eric said fiercely, "but if you have allies in the north, you might win that war against Henry and de Guerre." Dominic nodded slightly and waited, not easing the pressure of the sword point at Eric's throat. "If you have no allies, you will lose," Eric pointed out, "for you will be caught between two enemies, me on the northern border, and Baron de Guerre's allies on the south." "Do you relish the thought of war?" Dominic asked curiously. "No. Neither do I relish seeing my sister turned into Duncan's whore." Dominic's eyes narrowed. The witch was not without a part in Duncan's betrayal. "Losing Duncan is a greater punishment for Amber than you can imagine," Eric said. "And you? How will you be punished for arranging things so that Duncan would be forsworn?" "Watching what comes to Amber will be my punishment. It will be suitable in ways only the learned can comprehend." Dominic flicked a glance at Cassandra. She nodded once, but it was the pain bracketing her mouth that told Dominic what he needed to know. He turned back to Eric. "And Duncan's punishment?" Dominic asked softly. "For you wish to punish him too, I suspect." A falcon called wildly from beyond the walls, triumph and fury at once. Eric's smile was as cruel as the falcon's cry. "Eric," Amber cried, "no! Duncan doesn't understand. You can't scourge him for that." "Duncan will be the first to know his punishment," Eric said gently, never looking away from the Glendruid wolf, "and he will know it too late to do anything but rage at himself for the fool that he was." Silence filled the hall while Dominic measured Eric with eyes like quicksilver. "Will Duncan survive this punishment?" Dominic asked. "I don't know." "Can he survive?" "I don't know." Delicately, Dominic allowed a bit more of the broadsword's weight to rest on Eric's flesh. "What do you know, proud lord?" Dominic asked softly. "That Duncan and Amber are joined in ways that defy measure. In denying her, he denies himself. In humiliating her, he humiliates himself. In hurting her, He hurts himself, Dominic interrupted curtly. A man can survive hurt. A man can't survive in the disputed lands with no money to buy knights. Amber is in Duncan's very blood, Eric said flatly. Tell me, Glen Druidwolf, how long can a man live without blood? How long would he want to live? Dominic looked at Duncan. The Scots hammer's back was turned. Quite plainly, he had no further interest in what passed between Dominic and Eric. The Glen Druidwolf looked at Amber. The paleness of her face and the stark fear in her eyes told him more than he wanted to know. Dominic sheathed the sword with a smooth, powerful stroke. You owe me your life, Dominic said. Use it to help Duncan. I must have him alive and in power at Stone Ring Keep. It is the only way war can be avoided. Eric said nothing. I am merciful only once with the same man, Dominic said coolly. If war comes, you will die. You have my word on it. Motionless on the floor, sword still in his hand, Eric took the measure of the Glen Druidwolf. Eric knew he could attack Dominic, possibly kill him, and surely die himself, or he could accept the terms as offered. If learning can help Duncan, Eric said, he will be helped. Cassandra's soft laughter shocked everyone. Indeed, Lord, you are fit to wear the Glen Druidwolf, she said coolly. Dominic lifted a black eyebrow and said only, You have 7 days to find a solution to Duncan's problem. Then I will put my seal on the annulment, and let the devil take what he will. Just 7 days? Yes. Done. Eric came to his feet in a lithe surge, sword in hand. Simon leaped forward with a quickness that was as surprising as Eric's had been. Smiling slightly, Eric sheathed his sword and turned to Dominic. You have my oath, Eric said. Amber will verify it. It isn't necessary, Dominic said. It will assure the learned that my oath is freely given, and as such should be honored by all learned. Dominic lifted a black eyebrow. Silently, he decided that the next time Meg chose to lecture him on the subject of the learned, he would listen more attentively. Sister, Eric said, holding out his hand. Go, Cassandra said softly to Amber. Take the gift the Glen Druidwolf saw fit to give. Amber walked forward on unsteady legs. Instead of taking Eric's hand, she threw her arms around him and held him as though he were an anchor in a storm. Eric held her in return, feeling her tears hot against his neck. I love you, brother, Amber said. As I love you, sister. I will be good to my oath. Yes, Amber said, shaken by what she felt pouring into her from Eric. I feel it raging in you. You want this very badly. Slowly she released him. Even when they were no longer touching, she stood very close to her newly discovered brother. Yet it was Duncan whose every move Amber's eyes followed. She wanted to go to him, to hold him, to assure herself in an elemental way that he truly was alive. But Duncan hadn't looked at her since he had spared Eric's life. Simon sheathed the sword he had drawn the instant Dominic had sheathed his own. Duncan slung the hammer over his shoulder in rest position. Dominic went to Meg and smiled down at her reassuringly. Cassandra watched it all with a ruthless smile. Odd, isn't it, Glen Druidwolf? She asked. That Eric's life was spared? Dominic asked. Nay, that all of you accept the word of a girl who is being deeply wronged. Dominic shrugged. I have only to look at Amber to know that she wouldn't betray Duncan. Aye, Cassandra said in a low voice. You know what the proud warrior refuses to acknowledge. Amber loves Duncan. She helped to betray him. Without that betrayal, Duncan would be hanged and we would be at war. Bleak death rather than rich life. Yes. Then tell me, Cassandra said, in what way did Amber truly betray her dark warrior? Ask Duncan, Dominic said quietly. He is the one whose back is turned to her. He is the one who wishes for both wife and leman. Duncan, Cassandra said. There was that in her voice which could not be denied. Abruptly, Duncan turned to face the learned woman. Let Amber go, Cassandra said simply. Never. She is mine. Cassandra's breath came out in an aching sigh. When she spoke again, her voice was soft, and it carried through the hall like the sound of a sword being drawn from a steel sheath. Amber said exactly the same thing to me, Cassandra murmured, and in exactly the same way when I suggested taking you back to Stone Ring before you recovered your senses. A tremor ripped through Duncan. It was so small that only someone looking for it would have seen it. Cassandra was looking for it with a falcon's predatory eyes. Tell me, Cassandra said distinctly, will dishonoring Amber salve your honor, or only wound it more? Duncan said nothing. Let her go, Cassandra said. I will not. Cassandra smiled with a savagery that made Dominic's hand itch to hold a sword once more. Will not? She repeated mockingly. Nay, you cannot let Amber go. Duncan neither moved nor spoke. "Once I thought I would destroy you when you finished flaying Amber's soul from her body," Cassandra said. "Now I know I will not." "Mercy from the learned witch?" Duncan asked, his voice as mocking as hers. "Mercy?" Cassandra laughed. It was worse than her smile. "Nay, Dark Warrior, I would rather you survive and learn too late what you have done." Duncan became still. "Then," Cassandra said, "I will watch your soul die in the same way you are killing Amber's, one cruel breath at a time." Chapter 21. Amber lay awake in the luxurious bed that had been hers since she had married Duncan. Each time the wind shifted, or sleet rattled against stone, or a voice drifted up from the floors below, her heartbeat doubled. Then she would hold her breath, listening with every fiber of her being for the sound of footsteps approaching her door. "Duncan will come to me tonight. He must. Come to me, Dark Warrior. Let me touch you in the only way you allow yourself to be touched. Let me be one with you once more. Just once. I can touch your soul if you will let me. Just once." But none of the sounds Amber heard were those made by Duncan climbing the spiral stone stairway to her bedchamber. As the night lengthened and the autumn sleet beat against stone, Amber understood that she would remain alone in the storm. Duncan would not come to her on this night of all nights, when nearly dying at Eric's hand had renewed his appreciation of life, of living, of simply being alive. Tonight, Duncan would be vulnerable to his Amber Witch in ways he didn't want to be. She knew it. And so did he. Abruptly, Amber sat up and threw the rich bed coverings aside. The fine, fragile linen of her nightdress glowed with ghostly light, reflection of the dying hearth fire. The amber pendant she wore had the shuttered gleam of banked coals. Her eyes gleamed in the same way, veiled by a darkness that had nothing to do with night. Amber whirled her mantle around her shoulders, pulled the cowl into place, and set off for the bedchamber of the lord of the keep. She needed neither candle nor lamp to light her way. Duncan's presence was a fire burning against the night, as certain a guide to him as dawn is to the day that follows. The path to Duncan could have been through a strange forest or a tangled glen, and it would have been the same to Amber. Clear. Certain. No one was about in the hall. The voices of the sentries from the battlements above were the only noises not made by the storm. Amber's feet moved soundlessly over the wood of the floor. Her mantle lifted and fell around her ankles with every swift step. No squire slept outside Duncan's door, for he hadn't had time to choose among the young, well-born boys who were eager to be trained in the ways of war by the legendary Scots hammer. Indeed, the door to the lord's bedchamber was half open, announcing the confidence of the warrior who slept within. A glance around the room told Amber that Duncan must have gone late to bed. Flames still leaped within the hearth. Candles still burned in their sconces. On a chest near the bed, an oil lamp burned at low ebb, sending the scent of rosemary through the room. Next to the lamp, a battle hammer lay in readiness, gleaming coldly with reflected fire. The golden light of the candles wavered when Amber walked in and shut the door quietly behind. Duncan didn't stir, nor did she expect him to do so. Though untrained, Duncan had learned warrior's appreciation of when danger was nearby, and when it was not. Amber's mantle slid to the floor with a hushed sound. Her nightdress followed, settling like a cloud over her mantle. Her golden hair shimmered with firelight. Golden amber gleamed between her breasts. Making no more noise than a candle flame, she eased into bed beside Duncan. The subtle smell of spices on Duncan's skin told Amber that he had sought whatever peace could be found in a warm bath before going to bed alone. The same scent was on her own skin, for she, too, had sought water's soothing embrace. But what she truly wanted was an embrace less soothing, more fiery. Duncan locked within her body. Deftly, Amber drew the bedcovers aside. Duncan's bare back gleamed in the muted light. He was lying on his side, facing away from her. The naked power of his shoulders was both a lure and a warning. Dark warrior, who could make the hammer sing as no other. With the delicacy of a butterfly sipping nectar, Amber's fingertips stroked from the nape of Duncan's neck down the length of his spine. Though she had hungered to touch him, it was painful to her. Even while he slept, the savage conflict within his soul raged on, truth set against truth. "And you say you never betrayed me. Such fine calculations they must teach the learned, all the ways to split hairs until nothing remains but dishonor. My body knows you. It responds to you as to none other. We are lost, witch. Your soul was sold to the devil a long time ago. You're a fire in my blood, in my flesh, in my soul." Yet when all truths were weighed and measured, one remained against which there was no measure, the Glen Druid wolf's words ringing like thunder through every silence. "Beyond all doubt, beyond all temptation, you are a man of your word, and your word was given to me." For Duncan to go back on that word would be to destroy himself. To keep his word meant destroying Amber. Neither was bearable. One was inevitable. If I loved her, I could not do what must be done. Pain that was both Duncan's and her own lanced through Amber, cutting her, scoring her soul. "As I feared," she whispered, "it will destroy you." Were it not for the equally great need in Duncan to touch Amber, to lie with her, to lose himself within her until he was too spent to battle himself for a time, were it not for that, touching Duncan would have been as agonizing to Amber as putting her hand within the hearth fire. As it was, touching Duncan was a bittersweet torment that cut her until she bled. And not touching him also cut her until she bled, drop by drop, bleeding into darkness. And as I feared, it is destroying me. Yet Amber didn't lift her hand. Duncan's skin was smooth, supple, warm. The layers of muscle on either side of his spine lured her. She stroked the resilient flesh with gentle sweeps of her hand, savoring the sheer power of him, ignoring the pain. "You are strong in so many ways, Dark Warrior," Amber whispered. "Why can't you be strong enough to accept what can't be changed? You're a fire in my blood, in my flesh, in my soul." Muscles shifted and coiled as Duncan rolled onto his back. His head turned toward Amber. She held her breath, but he didn't awaken. "If you could accept," she whispered, "then you could love me despite all the truths known too soon and told too late." Duncan's deep, even breathing remained unchanged. The amber pendant he wore shifted and gleamed with each breath. Sighing, Amber gave in to the temptation to smooth her hand over the hair that curled so intriguingly across Duncan's chest. The crisp mat tickled and aroused and pleased, making her hand tingle with heightened sensitivity. Amber lowered her head, kissed Duncan's shoulder, and laid her cheek on the muscular pad of flesh over his heart. The sound of his life beating so close beneath her cheek swept through her. "If only I could touch you, just once." Somewhere in his mind, Duncan was aware of Amber's presence. She could tell by the change rippling through him, savage arguments fading, muffled by the sleek, sensual tide that was rising in him, called by her touch. Though Duncan had allowed nothing but the most basic physical connection between himself and Amber since he had learned his true name, he had once enjoyed being stroked and petted by her. He had held his own arousal in check simply to savor a less urgent exchange of caresses with his lover. In sleep, Duncan was enjoying being stroked again, absorbing Amber's pleasure in touching him, as avidly as dry ground absorbed a gentle rain. "You, too, missed this," Amber whispered. "You, too, hungered to share tenderness as well as wildfire." Relief shivered through Amber. She had feared that the darkness growing at Duncan's core had eaten away all softness in him. She bent down to brush her lips over his skin once more. An instant later, his hand gripped her hair with painful force. Duncan was fully awake, and fully furious. "I don't want you," he said through his clenched teeth. "I don't even want to touch you." Though the currents of desire swirling between their bodies made a mockery of his words, his rejection still stung. "Is that a promise?" Amber asked silkily. "What? That you won't touch me tonight?" "I won't touch you." Amber's triumphant smile was as primitive as the light in Duncan's eyes. Had he been less angry, he would have been wary. The feminine ruthlessness in Amber was almost tangible. "Then take your hand off me," she said distinctly, "or find yourself forsworn before you've drawn another breath." Duncan let go of Amber as though she were the burning end of a candle. "Get out," he said flatly. Amber simply looked at Duncan for a time. Then her hand moved with a speed that rivaled Simon's. The last of the bed coverings were raked aside, revealing that Duncan was like her, naked but for an amber pendant. Equally naked was his desire. Rigid, erect, his flesh stirred with each quickening beat of his heart. Amber made a sound of pleasure that was almost feline. "Get out." Duncan's voice was icy. Smiling slightly, Amber trailed her fingertips down his chest to his navel, slowly approaching the center of his need. Duncan started to grab Amber's hand, then realized that he could not. Not without being forsworn. Witch. Furious and savagely aroused at once, Duncan watched Amber's elegant, teasing fingers prowl closer and closer to his straining flesh. At the last moment, she turned aside, tracing a half-circle in the thick nest of hair. "You could call for Simon," Amber suggested. Her smile said just how much she enjoyed Duncan's dilemma. Her fingertip traced the creases where muscular torso and legs joined. Duncan hissed through clenched teeth. "Simon has little trust in me," Amber pointed out, "and less liking." Her nails bit delicately into the taut skin of Duncan's thighs. She felt the hot explosion of his desire. His fingers dug into the soft mattress. He willed himself to feel nothing. Amber laughed softly, knowing everything he felt. No matter what his mind said, his body knew what it must have. Soon. "Simon would be pleased to drag me from your bed," Amber murmured. She fitted her palm over Duncan's thigh, openly savoring the strength of him. The contrast between her graceful fingers and the blunt, clenched power of his body aroused Duncan until he could barely stifle a groan. "But I wouldn't be pleased to be dragged from you," Amber whispered, bending over Duncan. Her hair spilled across his thighs in a cool cascade. He groaned despite his determination not to respond. Amber smiled, even as her teeth bit sweetly into the long muscle of his thigh. The center of the bite was a hot touch of her tongue. The shudder that went through Duncan went through Amber as well. "Tonight you are like winter wine to me," she said in a low voice. "Dark, potent." Duncan made a thick sound. "I would like to taste you from your forehead to your heels," Amber murmured. The tip of her tongue traced a line of fire from Duncan's knees to his navel. "I would like to do everything." With a throttled sound, Duncan clenched the muscles of his legs and covered himself with his hands, trying to prevent further intimacy. "Wouldn't you rather my hands were holding you?" Amber asked. "Nay," he said through gritted teeth. "Truly? Is that why you grow more formidable with each breath? You hope to frighten me away?" Duncan had no answer save the one he was trying to conceal or ignore. Amber knew it as well as he did. Better. His desire and her own combined. "It won't work, Dark Warrior. No matter how formidable you become, I can sheathe you. You know it as surely as I do." Then Amber laughed softly. "Nay, you know my sheath better than I, for you have measured it full well." Duncan's answer was a low sound that had no meaning but frustration. She was bringing him to bay with her words alone. His body knew what it wanted. It clamored for it. And his body knew where to find what it must have. "Move your hands," Amber said huskily. "Give me the freedom we both desire." "Nay, I don't want you." Amber couldn't help laughing despite the slice of pain that came with his repeated denial of her. "Not so, coy knight," she said. "You can scarce conceal your desire with both hands." There was also no way Duncan could hide from Amber the fire burning within him. Each time their skin met, his hunger poured through him into her, truth known through touch. And Amber made certain their skin was always touching. Laughing, she began to seduce Duncan's hands away from his body. Her teeth nipped boldly. Her lips brushed tantalizingly. Her breath was a sultry warmth bathing him. The tip of her tongue traced each line between his tightly held fingers. In time, Amber's hands sought the shadow line between Duncan's tightly held thighs, stroking in the same rhythms as her tongue probing between his thumb and forefinger. Then she caught his smallest finger between her teeth and pulled it into her mouth. The movements of her tongue silently offered him another, even more intimate caress. A groan was dragged from deep in Duncan's chest. Desire shook him until his hands jerked. Instantly, Amber's hand slid beneath one of his. Slender fingers curled possessively around him. His body jerked again, as though he had been struck by a whip rather than by a tender caress. "Amber," Duncan said between his teeth. "No." "Yes," she whispered raggedly. "Dear God, yes." Her hand moved beneath his, and then her breath, and then her tongue. "Amber." "Aye, Dark Warrior, 'tis Amber, and this," her tongue swirled, tasting and caressing in the same motion. "This is magnificent, warm as a cat, hard as a fist, surging like a storm." When Amber's tongue circled Duncan teasingly, he made a last effort at escaping her by turning away from her onto his side. She was too quick. She turned with Duncan, flowing over him like a hot rain. Then Duncan found he could retreat no farther. He was caught between Amber's mouth and her hand, sliding up between his thighs. She cupped him in her palm, weighed him, and laughed with pleasure at his readiness. "Every part of you is hard," Amber said. "You burn very hotly, Dark Warrior, but I would have you hotter still." She bent to Duncan again, caught him against her tongue with loving care, and stroked him until sweat glistened on his skin like rain. "Stop," he said hoarsely. "Stop?" Amber's laugh was low, delighted, a bit savage. "Nay, my stubborn warrior, you have barely begun to burn. I cannot hold much longer." "I know." A delicious shivering went over Amber. "I like that knowledge." "Which?" he said thickly. But there was more pleasure than anger in his voice. Amber's teeth closed delicately. Duncan said something dark as he fought the desire consuming him with every breath, every heartbeat, every hot caress. Yet just when ecstasy was on the brink of overcoming his restraint, Amber stopped. Torn between relief and disappointment, Duncan breathed deeply, trying to calm the wildness of his need. Tenderly, soothingly, Amber stroked hair back from Duncan's heated face and kissed his cheek as though he were a child who needed calming. Finally, passion's claws eased in Duncan, allowing him to breathe evenly once more. With a groan, he rolled over onto his back. Amber smiled at him, kissed his shoulder, and slid like fire back down his body. And like fire, she burned him. Soon Duncan was hotter than before, harder, shaking with what it cost not to give in to Amber. When he was no more than a breath from ecstasy, she stopped and calmed him again. And in time she set him to burning all over again. "Finish it," Duncan said through his teeth. "You will drive me mad." "Soon," Amber murmured. "Soon I will be mad." Laughing, she drew her nails over his clenched thighs and between his legs, goading him ever higher, yet always knowing when to draw him back from the sensual brink. Sweat gathered and ran on Duncan's loins. Amber tasted it, found it good, and tasted again, elsewhere. She found that good as well. Fire poured over Duncan, burning him to the marrow of his bones. Never had he known Amber to be like this, waging a sultry, determined seduction over every bit of his body. She wanted him, and she meant to have him. All of him, in every way there was. "Release me from my promise," Duncan said thickly. The warmth of Amber's laughter washed over him. "Not yet. 'Tis beyond reason. I must touch you." "How?" The word was as much a purr as a question. Low, husky, breathless with desire, the sound of Amber's voice sent a shudder of anticipation through Duncan. Suddenly she moved astride his thighs, and he sensed her opening to him. She radiated heat and wept with desire. The scent of her made him wild. Yet Amber stayed where she was, poised just above him, brushing against the very flesh she had tormented so thoroughly. "Finish it," he said hoarsely. "You want me as much as I want you. I can feel it." "That will never change as long as I draw breath." "Then let me take you and end this torment." "That can't be your hand upon my thigh, pushing me down, can it?" Amber asked. With a dark curse, Duncan snatched back his hand. "I didn't mean to," he said. "I know. I felt your surprise." "Have I no secrets from you?" Duncan asked angrily. "Many, but only one that matters." "What?" "Your soul, dark warrior. It is shut away from me." "So is yours from me." "Nay," Amber whispered. "Tonight I am giving it to you one breath at a time." Whatever Duncan might have said in answer was lost in the husky cry he gave as Amber slid down over him, taking all of him in a slow, caressing glide. Before the taking was half complete, Amber came undone. Her shivering flesh and rippling cries undid Duncan. Even as she took him fully, he gave himself to her in a succession of deep pulses that left him shaking. And then it began all over again. The tempting and the teasing, the intimate caresses and the sweet torment, whispered words and touches that made Duncan jerk with pleasure, unexpected kisses, love bites that stung and pleasured at once. While candles guttered and flames winked out, Amber burned on, undimmed, pouring herself into Duncan as surely as he poured himself into her, burning with her because he could do no less, consuming her as certainly as he was himself being consumed. A whispered plea, a vow given back, and Duncan's hands were at last free to touch, his mouth to kiss, his body to sink deeply into the wildness that was Amber burning. She drank his passion and gave it back to him redoubled, driving both of them higher and higher, speaking to him in wild silence, describing a love that could not be put into words, expressing an unspeakable need. "Let me reach into you as you have reached into me. Then rich life might grow." When finally nothing was left undone, when both were so spent they slid from shattering ecstasy into sleep in the space of a breath, still Amber clung to Duncan, wanting to share her dreams as deeply as she had shared the rest of herself. "Let me touch your soul, just once." But it was Duncan's dreams that were shared, bleak turmoil redoubled rather than relieved by Amber's wild giving and taking of self. Soon Amber awakened, dragged into awareness by the conflict raging through Duncan's soul. When she realized what had been gambled and what had been lost, cold seeped through her. The last part of the prophecy had been fulfilled. Yet Duncan was farther from her than ever, locked in battle with himself. His word had been given. It had not been given to her. Yet he was part of her. Darkness gathering, drop by drop, breath by breath, one soul given, one soul locked away, untouched. Cassandra is wrong. His soul won't wither, for he does not love me. Slowly Amber drew away from Duncan and slid from the bed, unable to bear the agony of touching him any longer. With hands that trembled, she removed her amber pendant and placed it across the coiled metal of the warhammer that had given Duncan his name. She reached out to him one last time, but did not touch him. "God be with you, dark warrior," Amber whispered, "for I cannot be." Meg looked across the table at her husband. Their cold breakfast of bread, meat, and ale lay largely ignored on the trestle table in the great hall. Dominic was leaning back in his chair, eyes narrowed. The fingers of his right hand drummed softly on his thigh in time to the haunting tune Ariane was playing on a lap harp. Simon carved another slice of venison, poured some ale into a dainty goblet, and set both in front of Ariane. "Leave off making the harp weep, and eat," he said tersely. "Again, I feel like a goose being fattened for a feast," she muttered. But Ariane set aside the harp and began to eat. It was easier than arguing with Simon when he had that determined look in his eyes. "Have you dreamed, Meg?" Dominic asked abruptly. "Yes." "Glendruid dreams?" he asked. "Yes." The fact that Meg said no more told Dominic that the dreams had been unhappy, and that they had offered no solutions. The backs of his fingers stroked her cheek. "Small falcon," he said in a low voice, "I must find a way to give Blackthorn peace. I want our child to be born into a time and a place not torn apart by war." Meg kissed Dominic's palm and watched him with eyes made luminous by love. "Come what will, Glendruid Wolf," she whispered, "I will never regret bearing your child." Ignoring the others in the room, Dominic lifted Meg into his lap. Golden bells braided into her hair shivered and chimed. He held her close, whispering his love. After a time, the haunting cry of the harp resumed, beautiful music describing all the shades of sadness. "What a cheerful gathering," Eric mocked as he entered the great hall, his peregrine on his wrist. "Do you play often for funerals, Lady Ariane?" "That is one of her light-hearted tunes," Simon said. "God save us," Eric muttered. "Leave off, lady. You will have my peregrine in tears." The peregrine in question flared her wings briefly before she settled to watching the gathered humans with inhuman curiosity. "I would have expected you to be with Duncan," Dominic said, driving learning into his thick skull. "My sister tried a more certain method," Eric said, smiling slightly. "She went to Duncan last night." Dominic's smile was an exact reflection of Eric's. "That explains their absence at morning chapel." "Aye. Did it help my quest for peace?" Eric hesitated. Then he shrugged. The peregrine shifted restlessly on his wrist, making silver bells on her Jess's ring. "Something has changed," Eric said. "I can sense it, but I don't know what." "Permit me to educate you," Cassandra said from behind Eric. The quality of the learned woman's voice brought a hush to the room. Eric stepped aside, allowing Cassandra room to pass. He saw that her normally braided and concealed hair was loose, a seething silver glory rippling freely over her scarlet cloak. Ancient silver runestones glittered in her hands. The peregrine flared her wings again and gave a keening cry. "You have just come from casting silver runes," Eric said, his voice toneless. There was no answer. None was needed. The hammered silver markers in the learned woman's hands spoke for themselves. "What did you learn?" Eric asked. "More than I wished, less than I hoped." Cassandra walked until she stood in front of Dominic and Meg. "Which of Glendruid," Cassandra said formally, "do you dream?" A single glance at Cassandra's silver eyes brought Meg to her feet. "Yes," Meg said, "I dream. Will you share your dreams?" A scream the color of amber, a darkness being torn apart like tough cloth, one fiber at a time. Cassandra bowed her head for a moment. "Thank you." "For what? There is neither comfort nor answer in my dream." "It was confirmation I sought, not comfort." Meg gave the older woman a curious look. "When my emotions are involved," Cassandra said calmly, "I have to be wary of casting the silver stones. Sometimes I see what I wish rather than what is." "What did you see?" Meg asked. "Will you share it?" "The Amber prophecy is complete. She has given her heart and her body and her soul to Duncan." "You didn't need to cast the silver stones to see that was coming," Eric said. Cassandra nodded agreement. "Then why did you cast them?" Eric asked. "They are not to be used lightly." "I." Silently, Cassandra looked from Eric to Dominic. Then she looked at no one at all. "Eric, son of Robert," she said, "Dominic, Wolf of Glendruid, if you go to war now, it is because you wish to. Amber is no longer your excuse. She has—" "What are you saying?" Eric interrupted roughly. "Removed herself from your masculine equations of pride and power and death." "What has she done?" Eric demanded. "She gave her amber pendant to Duncan." The peregrine shrieked as though its blood had turned to fire. But even the falcon's scream couldn't drown the chilling scream of masculine rage that came echoing down the keep's great hall from above. Cassandra tilted her head as though savoring the sound. Her smile was as cruel as winter. "Duncan's suffering has begun," she said softly. "Amber soon will end." Dominic looked from the learned woman to Eric. "What is she talking about?" Dominic demanded. Eric simply shook his head, unable either to speak or to calm his falcon's wild cries. He looked as though he had been struck by a mailed fist. Another scream of anger echoed. Before it ended, there were horrible sounds of smashing and clashing and rending, as though a battle were being fought in the Lord's bedchamber. "Simon," Dominic said, coming swiftly to his feet. "Aye." Side by side, the two brothers raced up the stone stairway to Duncan's bedchamber. What they saw there made them pull up short in the doorway. Duncan was a man possessed. Naked but for 2 amber talismans, he stood with the battle hammer in one hand. His lips were drawn back from his teeth in a grimace of pain or rage, or both in unholy communion. With a lunge, he ripped covers from the bed and flung them into the hearth. Smoke bloomed sullenly, then burst into savage flames, burning even higher than before. The hammer whistled and hummed in a deadly blur, driven by the mad power of Duncan's arm. The hammer descended, a wooden table exploded, and he kicked the pieces into the fire. Then the hammer sang again, cutting circles around Duncan's head, its moan in ghastly duet with his scream of fury. The bed frame was smashed to kindling and fed to the ravening fire. Dominic had seen men like this before, in the heat of battle, when the leash was slipped on all that was human and only rage remained. "There will be no reasoning with him," Dominic said softly to Simon. "Aye. We have to take him before he turns on the people of the keep. I'll get some rope from the armory." Dominic drew his sword. "Don't be long, brother." He was talking to himself. Simon already was sprinting toward the staircase. Very quickly, Simon reappeared with a coil of rope in his hand. Dominic was waiting in the doorway, his heavy black mantle in one hand and his sword in the other. As soon as he saw Simon, he sheathed the sword. "When I tangle the hammer in my mantle," Dominic said, "get enough rope on Duncan to hold a bear." Just as Dominic started forward, he sensed Meg coming up behind him. His arm shot out, barring her from the room. "Stay back," Dominic said in a low voice. "Duncan is in a berserker's rage. He doesn't know anyone right now, least of all himself." The hammer moaned and whipped through the air. Wood shattered like pottery. The chest was destroyed in a single blow and kicked into the fire. All that remained was a smaller chest and a wardrobe. As soon as the hammer began to circle again, Dominic struck. His mantle fouled the hammer. Before Duncan could jerk it free, Dominic dove at him low and hard, sweeping Duncan off his feet. He landed with a crash that drove the breath from his body. Even that wasn't enough to subdue Duncan. If it hadn't been for Simon's quickness, Duncan would have shaken off the attack with the strength of the madness that had claimed him. But in the end, the two brothers finally managed to trust Duncan like a fowl for the spit. Duncan gave a last terrible cry and strained against his bonds until his face was dark. Even his great strength wasn't enough to throw off Dominic, Simon, and the ropes that bound him. Slowly, the violent tension began to leave Duncan's body. Breathing heavily, Simon and Dominic wiped sweat from their faces and came warily to their feet. Duncan lay unmoving, his eyes open, staring at nothing. Dominic retrieved his mantle and spread it over Duncan's nakedness. "Now, Meg," Dominic said, "he knows you best." "Duncan," Meg said softly. "Duncan." Slowly, Duncan's head turned until he could look at her. "Maggie?" he asked. "Aye, Duncan. What is wrong?" The last light of madness left Duncan's eyes, leaving no light at all. "Gone," Duncan said simply. "What?" There was no answer. Meg came forward and knelt by Duncan's shoulder. Gently, she stroked the hair back from his sweat-drenched forehead. "Amber?" asked Meg. "Is she gone?" "The light." A shudder went through Duncan's big body. "She took the light with her, Maggie." Chapter 22. "The drawbridge is up," Simon said to Dominic. "The gate is sealed. Amber can't be gone. Every keep has at least one bolt hole." "Then she can't have gone far," Simon said. "She left at night in a storm." Cool laughter came from the hallway beyond the bedchamber. When Simon and Dominic turned, they saw Eric. He was watching Duncan with a combination of anger and pity in his eyes. "Amber is learned," Eric said. "If you blink, she will be out of your sight. If you blink twice, she will be beyond your reach." "Set your hounds after her," Dominic said. Eric shrugged. "As you wish." "You don't sound enthusiastic about finding your sister," Simon said. "She will head for sacred ground. The dogs won't follow once she reaches a stone circle." Simon muttered something under his breath about witches, but didn't argue the matter. He had learned in trailing Meg that the ancient stone rings had secrets they yielded to no outsider. "We have to try," Dominic said. "Why?" Eric asked bluntly. "I don't want war with you." "You won't get it." "In 6 days," Dominic said, "I will put my seal to the decree setting aside Duncan's marriage to Amber." "In 6 days it won't matter." "Why?" "Why do you care, Wolf? War has been avoided." Eric turned on his heel and stalked down the hall. Cassandra was waiting for him at the head of the stairway. Dominic watched as Eric took the learned woman's hands between his own. Though neither wept, their mourning was almost tangible. Uneasily, Dominic looked back at Duncan. Duncan's suffering has begun. Amber's soon will end. The light. She took the light with her, Maggie. Abruptly, Dominic was afraid that he knew what Cassandra had meant, and what Duncan's suffering would be. It must not be allowed to happen. "Simon," Dominic said sharply. "Aye, the war horses?" "Yes, one of us should stay here." "Is Meg riding?" Dominic looked over his shoulder. Meg was still kneeling next to Duncan, stroking his forehead. Tears were falling slowly down her cheeks. Duncan's eyes were open, but he was seeing nothing except what he had lost. "Meg," Dominic said gently. She looked up. "We're going to put the hounds on Amber's trail," Dominic said. "If it ends in one of the ancient places, would you be able to pick the trail up again?" "If old Gwyn were here, perhaps she could." Meg looked down at Duncan. "I don't know if I can. I do know that Duncan needs something, and I am a Glendruid healer." "Stay here and guard your wife," Simon said quickly to his brother. "She's worth more than all of the disputed lands put together." "What of your safety? Sven is still out in the countryside measuring the temper of the people." "I'll take Eric with me. He might attack you." Simon's smile was swift and savage. "That would be a pity, wouldn't it?" Dominic gave a crack of laughter and said no more. Shouted orders went out. Soon 3 horses were thundering over the lowered drawbridge. 2 were battle stallions ridden by knights in chainmail. Against all custom, one of those knights carried a peregrine on his wrist. The 3rd horse was a white stallion ridden by a learned woman whose long silver hair blew in the breeze without restraint. A single large wolfhound waited on the far side of the bridge. There was no houndmaster in sight. "Just one hound?" Simon asked. "If there is a scent," Eric said, "Stag Killer will find it. If the scent can be followed, he will follow it." At an unseen signal from his master, Stag Killer began casting about for Amber's scent. He found it in a thicket of willows 50 yards from the keep's wall. "Exit from the bolt hole?" Simon asked blandly. If Eric answered, it was lost in the deep baying of Stag Killer as he took to the scent trail. The rough-coated hound ran with the long, tireless strides of a wolf. The horses followed. Serfs and villeins looked up as the trio of horses galloped by. When the men saw Cassandra's unbound hair, they crossed themselves and wondered who had been foolish enough to call down the wrath of the learned. The horses galloped down the cart road until the trail cut to a lane that zigzagged between fields and cottages. Mud leaped from beneath the horses' big hooves and stuck to the dry stone fences that rose from the ground on both sides of the lane. Soon the last of the keep's farmland lay behind. The forest began abruptly, looming up from misty land in shades of pale bark and rich brown, lingering oranges and yellows and reds, and the startling evergreen fire of holly and ivy. Stag Killer coursed the scent with lean intensity, never easing the pace no matter what the terrain or vegetation. After a time, mist-wreathed hills rose all around, and a brook glinted darkly as it snaked between hills. A long, low ridge of land lifted slowly beneath the horses' feet. When they crested it, a circle of stones lay beyond. Nose to the ground, Stag Killer loped up to the ancient place. And then the hound stopped, as though he had run into a wall. With a howl of disappointment, Stag Killer looked to his master. Eric sent the peregrine into the air with a swift movement of his arm. "Search," he ordered the hound curtly. Stag Killer began casting for scent around the edges of the circle. It quickly became obvious that there was no scent to be found. "God's teeth," Simon snarled. "'Tis just like Blackthorn." Cassandra gave him a curious look. "I tracked Meg once to an ancient place," Simon said without looking away from Stag Killer. "The dogs lost her scent." "Did they pick it up again?" Eric asked. "No." "Did you search the place?" "No." "Why not?" asked Cassandra. "I was backtracking. I already knew where Meg was." Cassandra and Eric looked at each other. "Search Stone Ring," Eric invited. Simon reined his horse over to the stones. The stallion refused to walk between. Circling the ring, Simon tried several more times, finally using his spurs. No matter where he pointed the stallion, or what prodding he gave the horse, it refused the trail. Dismounting, Simon walked warily up to the circle. When he looked inside, he saw nothing remarkable. Rocks, random weeds, stones canted and covered with moss, a low mound, mist writhing and lifting in 1,000 silver veils. With an impatient oath, Simon set off between the stones on foot. Every instinct he had was on edge, quivering with alertness. Yet he saw nothing. He heard nothing. No tracks but his own showed in the mist-drenched grass. A quick turn around the base of the mound and over its top told him that the mound had neither an entrance nor any rock large enough to hide behind. Relieved, Simon turned his back on the mound and headed for the standing stones where his battle stallion nervously waited. Just as Simon reached for the reins, he stopped, remembering something he had been told when he had first come to Stone Ring Keep as a knight on a quest. "Is this where you found Duncan?" Simon called to Eric. "Aye, on top of the mound, at the foot of the rowan tree, inside the second ring of stones." Simon spun back toward the mound. He narrowed his eyes against the watery sunlight that was somehow so brilliant it forced him to squint. For a moment, he thought he saw the elegant line of a rowan, but it was only a curl of mist rising. Uneasily, Simon looked around once more. As he had thought, there was only one ring of stones. Even so, he kept glimpsing a second, ghostly ring from the corner of his eye. Yet when he looked straight on, there was nothing but mist. With an impatient curse, Simon mounted and rode back to where Cassandra and Eric waited, with a thoroughly downcast stag killer. "That can't be where you found Duncan," Simon said. "There is no rowan here, and only one ring of stones." "If you say so, then it must be so," Cassandra said. "What do you say?" Simon demanded of Eric. "Sometimes learned eyes see differently." "Then in the name of God, go and look." Without a word, Eric and Cassandra rode to the ring of stones. Their horses switched their tails and minced warily between the large standing stones, but otherwise made no protest. A few yards farther into the ring, the animals visibly calmed. When their riders dismounted, both horses set to grazing, as though in a familiar meadow. Simon watched the two figures climb the mound. Silhouetted against the brilliant, misty sky, they were almost impossible to see. Using his hand, Simon shaded his eyes against the light that was both soft and yet so intense it made his eyes water to stare directly. Finally, he managed to clear his vision. Eric and Cassandra were gone. A chill went over Simon in the instant before he realized that they must have walked down the far side of the mound and out of his sight. With a savage word, he blinked rapidly, then narrowed his eyes against the light. There was no one on the mound. His horse snorted and yanked on the rein. Simon looked at the stallion, saw that it wanted only to graze, and looked back at the mound. Cassandra and Eric were silhouetted against the sky once more. Their outlines wavered for a moment, as though they were reflections on the surface of a slightly disturbed pond. Simon blinked. When he looked again at the mound, Eric and Cassandra were walking toward him, talking in low voices. A peregrine arrowed down from the brilliant gray sky to land on Eric's wrist. "What did you find?" Simon asked impatiently. "Amber was here," Cassandra said. "And?" "Now she is gone," Eric said. "But your hound found no trail," Simon objected. "Did your hounds do better at Blackthorn Keep?" Simon grunted. "Where is Amber?" Eric looked at Cassandra. The learned woman was braiding her hair with fingers that shook. "Where is Amber?" Simon asked Cassandra harshly. "I don't know." "What does your learning tell you?" he demanded. "Something I can scarce believe." "God's teeth," Simon hissed. "What is it?" "She took the druid way," Cassandra said simply. "Then follow." "We can't." "Why not?" Cassandra turned and looked at Simon with glittering silver eyes. "You haven't the learning to understand," she said, "nor do you wish it. You have contempt for anything less tangible than a sword." With a snarled word, Simon vaulted onto his war stallion. Soon the three riders were headed back for Stone Ring Keep at an even faster pace than they had left it. "How is Duncan?" Dominic and Simon asked Meg simultaneously. Meg looked from the great hall where she was sitting to the Lord Solar just beyond. Duncan was there at a table, listening to Ariane's mournful tunes while staring into the costly, ancient pendant that Amber had once worn. At least Meg assumed that's what had captured Duncan's attention. He had his hands cupped around the pendant, protecting and concealing it, as though it were a fragile flame in the wind. "Duncan is the same as he was yesterday," Meg said. "If I speak loudly enough, he will answer. Otherwise, he ignores everyone but Dominic, to whom he feels indebted." Simon grimaced. "God's blood, 'tis like he has no—" "Soul," Meg offered. "No emotions, certainly," Dominic said. "'Tis the cost of locking away much of yourself in order to survive," she said. "You should understand that, husband. You once did the same." "Aye, but I hadn't met you then. Duncan has already met his witch. If he cuts off so much of himself in order to live—" Dominic shrugged. "I fear it will be like a poisoned wound, with no healing short of death." Simon muttered something about the foolishness of giving that much of yourself to a woman, and stalked into the Lord Solar. Meg and Dominic followed. Even when all three stood in front of Duncan, he didn't look up from his study of the amber pendant. "He is bewitched," Simon said bluntly. "He is no more bewitched than Dominic is," Meg said. "Duncan's heart and body and soul have chosen a mate despite his vow. That mate is not Ariane." "Yes," Dominic said simply. "I fear you are right. Duncan's suffering has just begun." Simon looked over at the violet-eyed heiress who drew such mourning from the harp's taut strings. "Don't you know any joyful airs?" Simon asked. "'Tis enough to make a stone snivel." Ariane glanced at him and set aside the harp without a word. "Duncan," Dominic said. Though quiet, Dominic's voice commanded Duncan's attention. He looked away from the pendant concealed by his hands. "I cannot watch you die. I release you from all obligation to me," Dominic said clearly. "Your marriage to Amber is intact. It will remain so." Duncan's fingers tightened on the pendant's chain, making the concealed amber jerk against the tabletop. He looked at the gemstone again. It was dulled, as though from too much handling. Yet he had touched it only once. The grief he had felt then had brought him to his knees. He had been careful not to touch the amber again. "I am released from no obligation," Duncan said. His voice, like his eyes, lacked animation. Neither lacked conviction, however. He meant what he said. "Don't be," Dominic began. "Without Stone Ring Keep as your ally," Duncan said, ignoring Dominic's attempt to speak, "Blackthorn will soon be at war with the disputed lands." Dominic wanted to deny it. He couldn't. He badly needed allies, for he couldn't afford to hire more knights until he brought Blackthorn back from the ruin its previous lord had made of it. "Without Ariane's dowry, I can't hold Stone Ring Keep," Duncan said, "nor can you give me money without stripping Blackthorn to the bone." A low curse was Dominic's only answer. "In 5 days I will wed Ariane," Duncan concluded. "Nay, I'll not see you live like a man half alive," Dominic said grimly, "or worse." "You have no control over the matter. You are no longer my lord." "I'll refuse to put my seal on the annulment." "'Tis but a formality," Duncan said indifferently. "The church won't care. The keep's chaplain will marry us. I am lord of this keep, not you." Dominic opened his mouth to argue further, but Meg's hand on his wrist restrained him. Duncan didn't notice. He was looking at the amber again, lost in its cloudy depths. Sometimes he almost believed he could see Amber there. Sometimes. A peregrine called softly. The trill was too sweet to have come from a falcon's throat. It hung in the air like light made into music. Duncan looked up. Eric stood nearby, his uncanny peregrine on his wrist. "I will match Ariane's dowry," Eric said. For a moment, life flared in Duncan's eyes. Then it died, leaving him darker than before. "'Tis generous of you," Duncan said tonelessly, "but Baron de Guerre would go to war if his daughter were jilted by a Scots bastard. In the end, it would be the same. Blackthorn lost because of a broken vow." Eric looked to Dominic. The Glendruid wolf nodded reluctantly. "De Guerre was furious at having to wed his daughter to a nameless bastard knight," Dominic said slowly. "If Duncan refuses Ariane, de Guerre will go to war against both of us, and he will have King Henry's blessing." "Ariane and I will be wed in 5 days," Duncan said. "It matters not. Amber is gone." For a time there was no sound but the crackling of the fire and the distant moan of the wind. Then Ariane took up the harp again. The tune she played caught the mood of the room with eerie accuracy. Frustration and grief, a cold trap irrevocably closing, grinding life and hope between its cruel teeth. Simon looked from his brother to the aloof Norman heiress. His mouth flattened into a grim line. Then he turned to Dominic once more. "I'll marry the Norman wench," Simon said curtly. Though Duncan didn't look up, the harp music stopped in a jangle of startled notes. "What did you say?" Dominic asked. "We will present it to the world as a love match," Simon continued, giving the last 2 words a sardonic emphasis. "A drawing together of hearts that resulted in elopement. We defied English king and Norman father equally. For love, of course." The irony resonating in Simon's voice made Meg wince, but she raised no argument. "What do you think?" Eric asked Dominic. "King Henry won't object, for he will get what he wanted," Dominic said slowly. "Which is?" Eric asked. "De Guerre's daughter wed to a noble who is loyal to King Henry," Simon said bluntly. "And de Guerre, will he object?" Eric asked. "No," Dominic said. "Simon is my brother and my strong right arm. As such, he is a more advantageous mate than Duncan of Maxwell would be." "Lady Ariane," Eric said, "what say you?" "I understand now why Simon is called the Loyal," Ariane answered. "What a treasure such fealty must be, more precious than rubies." Ariane plucked 2 strings. The purity of their harmony vibrated in the room for a moment, then died to a haunting whisper. "I would prefer a nunnery to the marriage bed," Ariane said, "but neither my father nor God has seen fit to offer such to me." "Nor can we," Dominic said bluntly. "A drawing together of hearts," Ariane repeated. Her hand flashed, her fingers raked, and clashing chords filled the silence. Duncan, Simon, Ariane shrugged. One man as much the same as another, proud and cruel in equal parts. I will do my duty. You deserve a better wife than this cold Norman heiress, Dominic said to Simon. Blackthorn deserves better than war, brother, and so do you. Simon smiled thinly. Surely marriage can be no worse than the Sultan's hell you endured to ransom me. Silently, Dominic clasped his brother's shoulder. I will do what I can to sweeten your life, Dominic said simply. I had hoped for a better match for you. You'll find none richer nor more useful than Ariane, daughter of Baron de Guerre, Simon said. I meant that I had hoped to find a woman who would love you as well as bring you wealth. Love. God's teeth. Simon looked sideways at his brother. When I can hold love in my hand, see it, touch it, and weigh it, I'll worry about its lack. Until then, I'll take a good dowry and count myself lucky. Shaking his head and smiling at the same time, Dominic turned to the one man who had yet to agree. Duncan? Dominic asked. Duncan didn't look up from the gemstone that lay on the table beneath his cupped hands, shielded from all other eyes but his own. Duncan, Dominic said in a clear voice, do you agree to the marriage of Simon and Ariane? Do as you will, Duncan said indifferently. Either way, Amber is gone. Not even the learned can find her. Aye, Eric said, but you might be able to reach her, Duncan. Slowly, Duncan's head came up. Hope struggled against despair in his eyes. You are her dark warrior, and she is your golden light, Eric said. The Rowan gave you to Amber, and Amber to you. The words ran through Duncan like lightning. He stood in a rush, dragging the pendant with him. When the cool amber brushed his hand, he made a sound as though he had been raked by steel talons. For the first time, Eric saw the dull pendant. Color drained from his face. The cry the peregrine gave was a naked lament. Moments later, Cassandra appeared in the doorway to the great hall, her scarlet robes flying. A single look at the pendant told her why the falcon had screamed. Instinctively, Meg came to her feet and stood next to the Glendruid wolf. What is it? Meg asked. What has happened? Amber, Cassandra said. Taking the druid way all but cost her life. Duncan yanked Eric around to face him. Tell me how to get to Amber, Duncan said curtly. God's blood, Eric said. Look at the pendant. 'Tis too late. She is dying. Tell me what I must know, Duncan commanded. Quickly. You aren't learned, Cassandra said. The only way is the druid way, and even I... Bring the pendant over to the fire, Eric interrupted. Cassandra started to object, but a glance at Eric's savage yellow eyes stopped her words in her throat. She laced her hands together and let her long scarlet sleeves hide her fingers. Swiftly, Duncan followed Eric to the fire. Cup the pendant in your hands, Eric ordered. Duncan's breath hissed between his teeth as he did what Eric asked. The amber was cool, but it burned viciously. 'Tis like holding a live coal, Duncan said in a strained voice. Now you know why she left, Eric said. What? 'Tis Amber's pain you are feeling. But Eric's voice wasn't without sympathy, for he knew the pain had become Duncan's also. It gave Eric hope. Breathe over the pendant gently, Eric said. Don't blow. Just open your mouth and let air flow out until the amber fogs with the breath of your own life. Duncan closed his eyes, grappled with the pain as though it were a living enemy, and then exhaled gently into his cupped hands. Again, Eric said. In taut silence, everyone watched. Cassandra watched the most keenly, for what Eric was doing had never been tried with someone who wasn't learned. Is the amber hazed? Eric asked. Aye, Duncan said. Hold it just above the tips of the flames. Think of amber as the haze clears. Then tell me what you see. Frowning, trying to see past the vicious pain that still burned in his palms, Duncan dangled the pendant just above the flames. As the fog cleared, he saw... Nothing, Duncan said. Again, Eric said. Grimacing against the agony of holding the pendant against his skin once more, Duncan cupped the amber in his hands. Ignore the pain, Eric said curtly. She did. Think of the woman who gave you her heart and her body and her soul. The amber in Duncan's hands burned so fiercely he expected it to burst into fire. Did you give her nothing in return but your body? Eric continued relentlessly. Did nothing of you leave with her? Let go of your tightly held spirit. Let it seek her and make both of you whole. Eric's words echoed in Duncan's head, drowning out the cries of his body. Raggedly he exhaled, giving the breath of his life to the amber he held cupped in his hands. Again, Eric commanded, think of Amber. You must want her beyond all else. Do you understand? You must want her more than you want life itself. Again Duncan breathed tenderly over the amber, infusing its coldly burning surface with his own warmth. To the fire, Eric said, quickly. As the haze clears, you will see Amber. Duncan let the gem slip on its chain until it was just within reach of the flames. He stared deeply into the pendant, to the place where shadows shifted and turned. He searched each shade of darkness for amber, staring at the pendant until nothing was real but the darkness and the elusive fragments of gold. The keening, questioning cry of an eagle piercing the air. Mist clearing and reforming, a dizzying view of hills and ridges, cliff-clinging trees, and a glen falling away to an invisible sea. Over all, enfolding all, the thousand whisperings of wind through an autumn marsh. She is there, in the heart of silence, surrounded by whisperings she cannot hear. "Hear me?" Eric demanded, shaking him harshly. "Duncan!" Slowly Duncan lifted his head, breaking the amber enchantment. Sweat stood on his face. His hands were shaking. "God's blood," Eric said roughly. "I thought we had lost you." Duncan drew a deep breath. "Amber. Did you see her?" "Nay." Disappointment flattened Eric's mouth. "Rest. We'll try again later." "I know where she is," Duncan said as though Eric hadn't spoken. "Where?" Eric and Cassandra demanded simultaneously. "Ghost Glen." Eric looked at Cassandra. The learned woman shrugged. "We can but try," she said. "What do you mean?" Duncan demanded. "The sacred places accept or reject us," Cassandra said. "Ghost Glen has accepted no one but Amber within my lifetime." "But I went there," Duncan said. "I," Eric said, "with Amber." Duncan's hand closed around the pendant. Pain radiated through his hand, his arm, his body. He welcomed the pain. It told him that Amber was still alive. "I will be there again," Duncan vowed. "With Amber." "Cassandra and I will come with you," Eric said. "So will Simon," Dominic said. "He went to ready the horses. He is bringing Whitefoot too. Amber will need a mount." No one said what each feared, that Amber was lost to them. "It will be a grueling ride," Eric said. "Ghost Glen may not reveal itself to him, or to us. No matter how bewitched the rest of you become, Simon will see only what is real. That is his gift." "It sounds more like a curse," Eric muttered. A hound howled like a wolf just beyond the keep. A peregrine keened, calling for the hunt to begin. "Do what you can for Duncan," Dominic said to Eric. "I value him as much as you value your sister." "You have my vow on that, Wolf." "I will hold the keep for whoever returns," Dominic said. "You have my vow." "The pendant," Eric said. "How is it affecting you?" "It tells me Amber is still alive." Eric asked no more. The pale line of Duncan's lips beneath his dark mustache said all that was needed. He had been haunted by what Amber had once said to him in the golden time before his memory returned. "Precious Amber, what would I do without you? You would fare better than I would without you. You are the heart in my body." The memory was even more painful than the searing pendant. "Take it away from your skin," Eric said. "Nay, pain is all we have between us now. If I deny it, I deny her. I'll not do that again. Ever." Simon looked from Duncan to Eric, and from there to Cassandra. No one spoke for many miles, until Cassandra reined in sharply. "There is something odd ahead of us," she said. Eric gazed at the land ahead and nodded slowly. "Aye." Without a pause, Duncan urged his horse forward. His eyes were fixed on the ridge that looked rocky and impassable from this vantage point, but had proved to be much easier when Amber had chosen the way. Just below the crest of the ridge, Duncan's horse balked. He urged his battle stallion forward, but still the horse refused. Without a word, Duncan leaped off, vaulted into Whitefoot's empty saddle, and went forward again. Whitefoot minced and flattened her ears, but didn't refuse the trail. Within moments, she was over the ridge and out of sight. An eagle's majestic cry came through the mist like a shaft of light. Duncan answered as he had before, the hunting call taught to him long ago. The eagle did not cry out again. "I knew Duncan could find the way," Eric said exultantly. "Learn it or not, I knew it. The rowan wouldn't give Amber an inferior mate." "Thick-skulled, stubborn, proud," Cassandra muttered. "Courageous, strong, honorable," Eric amended dryly, remembering what Amber had once told him. "In short, a good man." Cassandra crossed herself, breathed a silent prayer, and urged her own mount forward. The white stallion refused the trail. So did Eric's mount. So did Simon's. Of the three, Simon was the only one who was surprised. What surprised him more was that even when he dismounted, he couldn't find the trail Duncan had followed. Mist swirled, lifted, teased, confused, concealed, and Simon found himself back where he had started. Neither Eric nor Cassandra fared any better. Ghost Glen was as it had always been to them. Closed. Duncan didn't notice that no one had followed him down the ridge into Ghost Glen. He knew only that the way became clearer with each step forward. Without a thought to safety, Duncan urged Whitefoot to greater and greater speeds. Soon the mare was galloping swiftly down the glen, leaping brooks and fallen branches, skirting sacred circles, devouring the ground as though she had been born to run through the glen's ancient stillness. Gradually, almost secretly, The rhythmic pounding of hooves was consumed by the myriad cries of geese. Calls lifted and tumbled, soared and turned, stirred by a restless wind. Answers stitched over other calls, other answers, countless wild voices weaving a tapestry of sound over marsh and sea. A standing stone loomed out of the mist ahead. Duncan knew what the stone would look like when it was only a handspan away, knew what the thick cushion of growing things felt like at the stone's feet, knew that there, of all places in the world, Amber would be waiting for him, remembering as he remembered what it had been like to burn together in a golden fire that knew no pain, only passion. Duncan kicked out of the stirrups and dismounted with a knight's skill, landing on his feet, running. But it wasn't a sword he held in his hand, nor was it a war hammer. It was a pendant, as venerable as the land itself, and it burned as only hope could. "Amber!" Duncan called. Nothing answered but thousands upon thousands of geese rising into the mist, black wings beating fiercely. "Amber, don't hide, 'tis Duncan!" Heart hammering, Duncan stood at the foot of the ancient stone, listening for an answer. It never came, though he called until his throat was raw. Stunned, Duncan stood without moving, holding the pendant that had unlocked so much, but not enough. He had been so certain that Amber would be there, waiting for him. So certain, and so wrong. Then he saw her from the corner of his eye, standing in front of the ancient stone. Her image wavered as though seen through water. "Amber!" Duncan cried, reaching out to draw her close, but his fingers touched only mist-drenched stone. The ragged cry that came from Duncan's throat sent more clouds of geese hurtling from the marsh, wings beating blackly, voices calling back in their thousands, telling Duncan that he had learned Amber's truth too late. She was beyond his reach. Duncan cupped the pendant in his hands, trying to find her once more. He found nothing but the tears that blinded him. He buried his face in his hands, knowing his own truth too late. He wanted the very thing he had driven away from himself, and he wanted it more than he wanted life itself. "Amber, come back to me!" No geese lifted in response to Duncan's raw cry. No wings beat against air. No wind stirred dried marsh grasses. There was no sound at all. Whispering Fenn's uncanny silence touched Duncan as no cry could have. He came to his feet and looked around wildly. What he saw was a fen such as he had never known. Where there had been myriad birds, there was nothing. Where there had been wind, there was stillness. Where there had been misty silver light, there was now clear gold. And there was silence, complete and perfect. It was as though the fen had been cut adrift from time and life, caught like a bubble in sacred amber, neither touching nor being touched by anything of the world. Duncan closed his eyes and wondered if this was what death felt like. "Dark warrior." The soft whisper pulled the ground from beneath Duncan's feet. He spun around. She was there, within reach, wrapped in her golden robes, watching him with eyes that were too dark in a face that was far too pale. She looked ethereal, more fragile than flame. "Amber," Duncan said, reaching for her. In the moment before he would have touched her, she flinched away. "No more," she whispered. "Please, no more. I can't bear it. I won't hurt you. You won't mean to, but you will." "Amber!" She stepped back as Duncan stepped forward. "You must go from this place," Amber said urgently. "It is too dangerous for you. Eric and Cassandra never should have guided you here." "They didn't. They must have. There is no other way." Duncan opened his hand. Amber's pendant lay on his palm. "You guided me," he said simply. "That cannot be. We aren't joined in that deep and final way." "But we are. I am here. If you will not come away with me, I will stay with you in this amber silence." Amber closed her eyes and fought against the grief and hope that were destroying her equally. "I'm sorry, Dark Warrior. I meant for you to be free." "Without you, there is no freedom except death." She sensed his movement and would have retreated again, but the ancient stone was against her back. With the last of her strength, she gathered herself not to cry out at the touch that would come. What Amber felt was a pendant being gently placed against her fingers. The instant she felt the weight, her eyes flew open. It was not only her own pendant that had been given to her. It was Duncan's as well. "Take them back," she cried. "You will die here." "Breath of my breath," Duncan whispered. "Heart of my heart. Soul of my soul. Touch me." Slowly Amber lifted her hand. When her fingers brushed against Duncan's palm, she cried out. Pleasure, not pain. A pleasure more exquisite than any she had ever known before. Crying, laughing, she threw her arms around her dark warrior and held him, simply held him, drowning in the radiant truth revealed by his touch. Around them, the air shimmered and changed, sound pouring in as though a bubble had burst, life returning in a rush, geese calling, wind stirring long grasses until the fen overflowed with whispers and sighs, the same words endlessly repeated, weaving a spell that knew no boundaries of time or place. I love you. In a distant, sacred circle, a rowan bloomed for the first time in 1,000 years. Epilogue. Stone Ring Keep thrived with the blessings of the sacred rowan. Crops stood thick in the fields, fish and fowl swirled through water and sky, and children's laughter wove through green meadows as they played tag with the golden sun. Duncan and Amber went often to Stone Ring and the sacred rowan. They stayed at the rowan's foot, sharing the enduring wonder of a tree that bloomed through all seasons, through all times, against all understanding, keeping a promise so old that only the rowan remembered to whom it had been given and why. The legend of the Lord and Lady of Stone Ring Keep spread through the disputed lands, a tale of an amber witch who loved too well, and a dark warrior who would not be forsworn no matter how great the temptation. It was a story of loss and daring, of an unlearned warrior braving the druid way between time and place, life and death. It told of a knight vanishing into the mist on a dangerous quest and riding out once more with his lady in his arms. It was a story of love that bloomed as the sacred rowan bloomed, unexpectedly, bringing life to everything it touched. The rowan still grows inside the ring of sacred stones, for the promise was made for as long as rivers run down to the sea. In time, other honorable men will come in shades of darkness to other brave women who will risk heart and body and soul. And they, too, will find the place where there are no shades of darkness, only fire, and the rowan blooms forever.
We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Forbidden by Elizabeth Lowell. Copyright 1993 by Two of a Kind, Inc. Read by Sarah Scott. Directed by Sandra Burr. Engineered by Kevin Klempel. Performance copyright 2008 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan 49417.